Can you hear me? Ooh, I didn't mean to put my face on there. Hey, y'all. Have a. I hope y'all are here and having a good evening. I have some news that unfortunately the guest that I had coming on, I'm going to read what he said to me because, well, with the situation with her, I don't know if it's that reason or if it's just the way the YouTube communities are. But I'm going to read what he sent to me, okay? Sailor Rosa Sharon, I'm deeply sorry. I have sat down with my family to see how they feel about it. I want to, but respect their reasons for not wanting to. I apologize for wasting your time. And I sent him back a message that said he was wasting my time, that I did understand why there would be a reason for that. Hey, Miss Daisy, let me send a link down there for a minute here. Um, and I do, and I understand, but I did ask him, I said, please, would you be willing to let me type out some questions and privately you can answer them and I can read them. I can either do it on a live or I can just give them to Monkey's mom. So that there would be, you know, I do feel like that he might have some answers to things. And he did tell me some stuff. And Miss Daisy, did you see that link? Hold on a second. Right there. I'm gonna put a star on it. Okay. I think I'm doing it right, y'all. I'm trying my best. Um, but I know that we have asked. There, moo.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Miss Daisy.
Hey.
Did you hear what I read?
I didn't catch the last part of it. Is he going to
Okay.
answer questions for you
Well,
all?
I'm gonna read again what he said because, and I do understand his reason. I do because people
Yeah.
get attacked, they get doxxed, um, and this is a crazy person we're dealing with. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So this is what he said to me. He said, and it was just 30 minutes ago, so I just found out. Sailor Rose of Sharon, I'm deeply sorry. I've sat down with my family to see how they feel about it. I
Uh
want to
huh.
respect their reasons for not wanting to. I apologize for wasting your time. And I just texted him back, you're not wasting my time, and I understand why, that they would feel uncomfortable about that. But would he be willing to allow me to, through email, send some questions that he would be willing to answer? So I said for the mom mainly. So I
Right.
said, even if I don't make it live or put it live right now,
Mm-hmm.
that just so that Brandy could have some questions answered.
Right.
Um, so from here, I can't say that I blame him, honestly, with everything. You see how the Wells have been attacked just by trying to be truthful. And
Oh,
people
yeah.
do, they sleuth and they find out who these people are, even if he comes
Right.
under a different, you know, and even hiding his face. So I'm sad about it because I really thought we were going to get some answers, but it's not over. So I think he would definitely be willing because he was answering questions before, things that I've already put out about her having a baby previously when she was younger and being forced to put that baby up for adoption,
Yeah.
which could be a huge, huge,
Reason why.
yeah, she would not be right and could possibly take a child.
Right.
So I'm thankful at least that he respectfully wrote me back because I texted him earlier. I guess he was at work. Because he's behind me in time, because I'm on
Yeah.
Eastern Standard, and so he's behind me, and so I guess he got off work and saw, where I said, "Are you still good for tonight?" You know, and I just told him that basically I would just have to see, his face behind stage, but that he could go up with the avatar, on the panel, so nobody would know. But technically, he does have a channel What
Oh, he
it has
does.
to, it doesn't have to do with anything to do with true crime. Nothing. It's about gaming. That's it.
Oh,
But
yeah. So he knows
um,
how that works.
so yeah, so he knows people could find him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think he kind of got scared because he's got a family and kids.
Right. Well,
And if that crazy thing gets out, who knows?
I know. That's true. I think I'd be a little scared too if I was him, especially since, I hope to God she don't get out.
I don't think she will from what he said. I
Does
really
he
don't.
Well, does he seem to think that she's sane? Like, or is she
No,
just
he
putting on an
said
act?
she is not sane at all. Not at all.
Would she be dangerous enough to take a
He
child
did.
and hurt
He
him?
said he felt she would be dangerous, and he called himself. He had already been interviewed by Fruitland Police Department. He's
Uh huh.
already done an interview with them. Then he actually called back after they dropped these charges, I believe it was, and he told them, "Do
Yeah.
not, I hope you would never let her out because she is dangerous." And that's how he found out about these other charges, I imagine.
Uh huh.
And they said she is not getting out.
So
That
how does he feel like she's dangerous? Did he tell you that? How he
No, but
felt that?
he said that there were just some things about especially about the religious, like the being over religiousness, like to a
Mm-hmm.
point, like not even being there, kind of thing. And
Oh.
uh, yeah, so he said that there was a lot of things. So I think that maybe me and you can get
Mm-hmm.
together and maybe talk, like we do through Facebook possibly or something, and or call, and then maybe try to like get
Uh-huh.
Brandy to get a list of things that she would like to know. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then I could send those to him through email.
Hey, everybody.
And then,
Right.
hey everybody, I'm so sorry. I hadn't even
Oh, you're
paying
fine.
attention
I
to
just
the
looking.
chat because I was just trying to get this stuff. Hope JLR don't track him down and expose him. See, that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And that's what I think he is afraid of because
Yeah.
and he did the right thing. I mean, I think he should have gone to his family and talked to them before he did anything like that. And he was
Right.
very, very eager to do it at first because, he said he does believe that she is mentally very unstable and possibly dangerous. And he was concerned that, she does not need to be out. Let's put it that way.
Does he
And
seem to think that she might have wanted a child, or does he think that she would be
hey, guys, Carl.
capable of hurting a
Now,
child?
I think it was more he felt like maybe that would be a reason why she might want to take a child. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
He
yeah.
even mentioned about the pregnancy thing with me.
Hmm.
Um, that because he said he did not ever think that she was pregnant after that because he told me she was bloated because she has um irritable, what do you call, irritable bowel syndrome, and that makes you bloated.
Oh,
And he said I guess she had always had that or dealt with those problems, which we know stress and trauma can do that.
right.
um and I don't think her parents are overly stable. And that's some of the questions I want to ask him about her childhood. And
Yeah.
I want to find out what led up to the adoption situation, um and how against that adoption she was. How hard did she fight? you
So
know
does she have a living child out there?
Yes, she does, but she was forced by her parents to give the child up for adoption before this person
Oh,
came into her life. But it was recent before that,
wow.
very recent, before they, knew each other. And the thing is that he seems to think that definitely played a part in her mental health.
Wow. Said she kind of lost it after she lost the
Mhm.
child.
I think so, yeah. Like he said she never acted like completely normal or, you know.
I wonder if she would let someone hurt a child like Monkey, though. I wonder
That's
if
what
she
I'm thinking.
would.
I don't know that I don't know. I mean, he did say though, he called and said he felt that she was dangerous. So I don't know if he's possible. I don't know. That's why definitely, I do feel like he's going to answer questions. I want to know why he feels she's dangerous. In what way does he feel she's dangerous?
Yeah.
And that when he says about, the about giving up the little girl for adoption against her will, does that mean that he feels that she would adopt a child to want to keep it, to care for it?
Yeah.
Or is there a reason that he feels that she might hurt the child because of what was forced on her?
Yeah.
So
Wow.
it could go either way.
The thing is there was
It's
more
older. The child would have to be older, at least. I mean, what? I
about
would have to
monkey's
say
age,
at
maybe?
least 5 or 6 years old, at least, or more.
Around monkey's age, you think maybe?
Probably that's what I was thinking.
Wow.
So I want to find out when exactly, that she had that baby and had to give it up. Because if it's around the same age that he would be, that is another red flag. It is.
Now it he wasn't her. He did. Somebody said something about her being her abuser. Did she mention anybody being her abuser before? Do we know that?
I never heard her say that about
We've
anybody
not really
being.
heard her. You
Uh-uh.
know, the thing is that day Monkey went missing. There were two other people in the car with her that day, and her
Yes,
husband was home alone. So
right.
they all would have had to know what happened. Not just one, but
Somebody would have
all.
had to know. Yeah, because if she brought him back to that house, there were three other people.
So why would they want to cover that up for her? Why would they want
Right.
to put their life on the unless they were getting a profit from it? Hey,
Somehow,
Century.
hey, everybody. Yeah, crooked air, like she said, she wanted one. I just wonder if possibly, they were there because they had nowhere to go. They were letting them live there. But you can rest assured they were using them for some reason, or they wouldn't have let them live there because they were that kind of people.
Right.
There had to be some kind of I'll scratch your back, you scratch mine kind of thing.
Yeah.
So now, if those guys happen to be with her and she picked that kid up, they're
Mhm.
accomplices after the fact. You know what I'm saying? So
Oh yeah.
they
The,
might have been afraid because maybe they're wanted for some other reason. That could be why they were homeless to start with.
right. Um. Are you aware that there is a 2009 court record of him assaulting Sarah? This is a public record. Yeah, a couple people are saying that he assaulted her.
That this man did.
Yeah.
Well, I'll find out if that's true because um, whenever I talked to him, I mean, if he did that or if there was a situation, and look, I'll just tell you right now, I know of cases where, especially back in the later days, long ago, okay,
Uh huh.
like there was a situation where actually a girl, and I mean I saw it, so I know a girl jumped on this guy's back. She was like literally like 5'2", and the guy was running from her, like literally running from her, and she ended up jumping on his back, and somebody in the house called the police, and they took the guy to jail. And she was hitting him in the head, and he just did nothing to her.
Oh no.
So, I mean, I have seen cases where people have been falsely charged of that kind of thing. I'm not saying this case here, I don't know, but if that
Right.
woman is not this woman that I'm talking about at the time was
Uh
not
huh.
stable in her mind or thinking,
Yeah.
and she's different than that now. She's grown up a lot, but I'm just saying, like, we don't know what could have caused that situation. We don't know how the cops might have come in and handled it because she was a woman. A lot of times cops just automatically assume that the man is the
Right.
aggressor, but if she's
That's
dangerous, maybe
true.
that's why he's saying, and he might get into that even, this is why I think she's dangerous. She did so and so and so and so. I mean, she could have possibly pulled something, a weapon on him. I mean,
Right.
she's already trafficked in weapons and things like that,
Sounds
you
like
know.
both of them are dangerous. I mean, if he, I don't know. You're. I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying. You know, somebody said there's a TikTok video of her doing it, but
Well,
I don't know.
I'm going to go look at that
I
because
hate
we
to
have to
say that,
also
but
look at her and think about this. She is not sane.
no.
That she is definitely not sane. So just because she says something doesn't mean.
Does
And
he
look,
think that she could have made it up? That it what made it up that Monkey was there? Just
that's what I'm wondering. Like, there's a reason they dropped it. We don't know why, but there is a reason that the Fruitland police dropped this particular charge but left it open for other charges possibly, to come up later.
Right.
So,
Prob Go ahead. Sorry.
no, I was just thinking, so there has to be, like, they have to think there's some kind of some link somewhere for them
Right.
to drop it but leave it open. And a lot of times it could be for something more than just what they charged with before. But I'm just curious as to why they would have dropped that charge, because even if they thought they had more charges on her,
Uh-huh.
they would have left that charge and just added other charges to it. Usually that's how it works. If they, investigate and they say, oh, well, not only did she not report death, but she did this, 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 and this, and they'll put more charges on somebody. But I find it odd that they removed the charges.
I do too. It's weird.
So it makes me wonder, okay, has she said something completely different now? Has she said that Monkey's really not deceased? Has she said something that they would retract that particular, you know what I'm saying? Because like I said, even though the cadaver dogs, they hit on human remains, look, we don't know
Yeah.
if they've got the DNA back or not. We don't know if it was a match. We don't know what the situation is. But we do know they dug that whole yard up and there was nothing there. We know that.
And we know that the cadaver's hit in the back of Brandon's yard too.
Right. And they haven't
Brandon's mom's house.
oh really?
Yeah. Brandy come into my chat and told Dad that the cadaver dogs picked up a scent in the back of Brandon's mom's house in North or South Dakota, and that she tried to say it was sewage, and they set her straight real quick about it.
Now that's really weird.
Yeah, she was very upset when she came in there
Now
and
whose
told it.
mom is that?
The guy that was with her that day, the
Oh,
guy
okay,
that
one of the guys
interviewed.
that was with her.
Well,
Is
you
that
know
the guy that was on the couch?
the one that interviewed. He was in the hot tub and he interviewed with JLR.
Yeah, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Brandon, his mom's backyard.
That's not good. Where was her yard at again?
And I think it was in either North Dakota or South Dakota. One,
Okay, I think that's where their old business used to be.
I don't
Um,
know.
was in that area. I'm just wondering how far away is that from Fruitland. I would have to go look that up and
I don't
see,
know.
because they went
He
on
was,
some kind of trip and they were talking about, it was right, it was snowing really hard, and this is on her TikTok, and it was right after he went missing, if I'm not mistaken, but it was snowing,
yeah.
and I'm trying to remember when it was. It might have even been a good while later, because he went missing in 2021,
Well,
right
no, they didn't
after.
say it was Michael's. I did I say that? I'm sorry. They hit on
That
the
it was just
names, not
cadaver dogs
Michael's.
that hit.
Yeah, that I didn't mean to say Michael's. I did I say that? I'm
I don't
sorry.
think you did. I think you
It
just
was
said cadaver
remains.
dogs
It was
hit.
remains.
Yeah, of something.
North Dakota. Yeah.
Okay, of something.
Have you asked the two Vaughan family friends who stayed with the Wanderers in 2022 to speak up about what they witnessed with Stacy and Sarah? What? Mouth breather? What's that all about?
Have you asked the two one? What does that mean? I don't understand.
Who was that?
They have friends that stayed at the Wanderers in 2022. Somebody's saying, I think that
Allegedly.
the Vaughns may have known or something, but I think they would have said something by now. Maybe they wouldn't have, though, because to be honest with you, if there's things that are pertinent to this case, you know, and just because you know somebody don't mean that they're your friend. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I've let people come stay with
They
me
never did
before.
say it was Michael's. That's right. I'm sorry if I said that, y'all. I get carried away, and I said it before. We all want Michael Fine, but doing advocacy the right way is important. That is true.
Well, that's why, like I said, I felt like it was important to go to the mom first. And I do feel like, um, regardless of alive and YouTube, that doesn't matter. In my opinion, what matters is getting these kids found. And if, something could possibly have got, I prayed about it. I said, Lord, let it happen if it's supposed to happen. If not, don't let it happen. Because if it's something that could hurt this case, if it got out and people heard,
Mm-hmm.
like for instance, what if that little boy is alive somewhere, really? And, I'm sure that if somebody would have him, they would be combing to
Mhm.
listen to everything. Just like I feel like in Summer's case.
Right.
Same thing. I feel like people would be listening to see what's going on because they're always going to try to stay one step ahead.
One is under a subpoena in Sarah's case. Y'all don't want people to be doxxed, so sleuth yourself. What does that mean? Mouth breather says. I don't know what that means.
I don't either. I'm not sure. Um,
People, are y'all coming in here that knows about this case? I don't know if they.
yeah, I'm not sure. One mouth breather, one is under subpoena in Sarah's case. Oh, okay. So maybe one of those guys, one of those men out of the two, maybe it's Brandon because he was already talking or something. Y'all
Mhm.
don't want people to be doxxed, so sleuth yourself. So I'm not sure what sleuth yourself means, but no, I don't want people to be doxxed. So actually, that's
Mm-mm.
why I do respect his opinion. And regardless of how much, I wanted this information tonight for Brandy's family's sake, it's not worth, like, his family being attacked and brought out. And, I'm saying? Because if he was in her past, he can't help what she is or what she's done. And, no, I would not want anybody to be doxxed. I've never doxed anybody, and I wouldn't want anybody to do that to me. When Stella sees your message, we can all pray together, Lady Seven Up. What happened with Lady Seven Up? I didn't see it. Let's see.
Oh, I don't know.
I know she is strong and God is taking care of her. I pray she will get through this. I wonder what they're talking about.
I
I
think
missed some.
she lost her. Somebody, I think I thought I seen her.
Because I can't
No, he's
remember from
not
one day
coming,
to the next.
Christine.
What'd she say?
Christine was wondering if he was coming for the interview.
Oh, yeah. He left a message and told me that he had talked to his family. I read it out a couple times, but that his family asked him not to do it. And I can understand that. Like, I have to give him, like, the respect for that because, like, he would be, I mean, he does have a channel and not for anything that has to do anything with this kind of stuff at all. Nothing even remotely close. It's more like a hobby channel. But the thing is that people could easily find who he is. These other people that, like, I'm sorry, but do go after people and harass them and their families.
Right.
There are people like that. And
Yeah.
I would not want that, especially because he has a family, and kids. I wouldn't want that for
There's
anybody.
Brandy. There's Brandy.
Hey,
Bra-
Brandy.
Brandy said, "I want to thank you all for keeping Michael's beautiful name and story out there. I can't say much, but please trust Le. Thank you for protecting that man and family as well." Aw.
Absolutely, Brandy. And listen, honey, if you can get some questions together and get them to Miss Daisy, I'm going to reach out to him and see if he'll answer your questions and I can send them straight to her and she can send them straight to you. Or if you give me an email or whatever, I can do it. Just send it because, and if he's willing to talk to you, I mean, I'm willing to try to reach out in any way I can. Anything that you need, you just let Miss Daisy know and she can get in touch with me and we are behind you. I pray for you every single day. And I pray that Monkey comes home. I have so much hope that that little precious boy is just with us. I'm
Yeah.
keeping that hope alive for you and I'm keeping this out there. And I'm not the kind of person ever to exploit somebody who is going through something like this. And that's why I went
Right.
about this the way that I did. And I respect what you feel. And I also, like, that other family, I don't want them to have to go through undue, pain and doxing. But I will definitely, if you want some questions to get together, I will definitely ask. And I've already asked him if he would answer anyway, if he would please do that. And I hadn't looked back to see what he said, but um, I feel like if there's any sliver of anything we could find out, you know, that would help put your mind at ease in any kind of way, because not knowing where your child is, I think in my head would just be the worst, you know. And
Yeah.
actually a month today grieving my son who passed away. And so I'm not unfamiliar with grief, but I will say at least I have answers, you know what I'm saying? And I've said over and over, as far as having a missing child and not knowing, it's like you can't even start a grieving process of anything because you don't know what's going on, you don't know where your child is. And that's, to me, that's the worst thing.
And
So
I'm real careful myself. I know with you and you too. I know you have been too, with the case because Fruitland's doing their job. So
right.
you hate to like say anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
I don't
you
want to
don't
say
want to.
anything that could cause problems with them and their investigation because I do
Yeah,
feel Fruitland is on it way more than
they
Hawkins
are.
County with
Oh
that
yeah.
other case. And I do feel like that, look, they dug that whole yard up. Now I have that, I
Mhm.
got to give them props for that. Um,
Mhm.
and I do feel like that they had to probably tear that place apart on the inside looking at least, you know.
And there could be a good chance that this Sarah woman is making it all up.
Yes, because she has obviously made other things up, you know, and she's a, I mean, I think she's a pathological liar for one thing. I mean, from even her own videos being contradictory and
Mhm.
just some weird things. And I kind of wondered if she had a child before or had had children. I kept wondering that, and I did not know that at all. And this person offered up that information to me, that she did have a child that she had to place up for adoption. And to me, that's huge.
Yeah. Yeah.
And honestly, hopefully, if they even would consider having to let her out of jail, they would put her in an institution, like a mental institution, until they could find out some stuff. Because from what he is saying, she is definitely not in her right facilities.
Hmm.
But they did do a remember, they did do a what do you call it when you go through a mental evaluation, and they found her fit to stand trial here not long ago.
Good. So I hope that if they take her, um, if they charge her, that she spills the beans of where he's at.
Me too.
If
And
she knows where he's at,
yeah,
we
that's
don't
what I'm
know.
hoping. Like maybe the reason they, possibly took these charges off of her is so she would talk further. You know what I'm saying? And maybe he really is alive, and they just stuck him somewhere or sent him somewhere. And possibly maybe they're on the scent. Who knows? And I pray to God that that is the case and that this child will be found. And it has happened before. I'm just saying, I've been looking at all these cases of people who have been gone for years. I'm talking years and years. We were just talking on your live, Miss Daisy, remember? About like
Hmm.
JC Dugard and what was the other girl that got taken and she had some children?
It was
Uh,
J.C. Dugard had the
okay, yeah.
children,
And
and
she was living in that shed in the back.
Elizabeth Smart. Yeah,
That's
and
right.
I think yeah, J.C. Dugard. And then there was
Elizabeth Smart that was taken by the handyman from the
Elizabeth
parents.
Smart, and then there was three girls in Ohio that had
Right.
children
Right. And they were in
by
that
the guy.
house, locked in that house.
Yeah, what was her name? But her mom, she went to a psychic, and a psychic told her mom that she was dead, and her mom died thinking that she was passed away, and she was alive the whole time, and
And that breaks
that's
my heart.
sad.
That's why I don't like, I'm sorry. Like, no offense against anybody if y'all believe in psychics. I'm not telling you what or what not to do. But in my heart, I'm just saying, look, I've been down that road before and I've messed around with that kind of stuff. And I'm just saying that honestly is messing with um familiar spirits. Okay, it's not the Holy Spirit, and those things will lie,
Oh yeah.
and you can't depend. Sometimes it'll be half truths,
Mm-mm.
but you can't believe the devil even when he's telling the truth.
All right.
So don't
Amen.
believe that stuff. So
Um.
listen, the Holy Spirit, if he tells you something, that's one thing, but that'll be
mm,
confirmed.
right. Saggy Skittle tits. Are, are you related to Brandy, or do you know Brandy? Because she said that the scooter wasn't, and I just wonder because Brandy said that her sisters go over stuff before, so I
Yeah.
don't know if that's one of her sisters.
Okay, she
Huff
said no,
said that
Victoria, that
he
was
could
false
not speak
information.
about the scooter because it was evidentary something. Hmm. I'm a personal friend with Brandy.
Okay,
Okay,
good.
Saggy Skittle Tits.
Okay. I love that name. Made me laugh.
I know a lot of people are very protective over Brandy. I'm one of them. I don't like for people to say stuff out of the way, and that's why I'm really, really careful with what you know.
And
That's
that was
why
one
we.
reason I invited you and wanted you up here when this interview took place, whenever we thought it was going forward, because I know that you are close to her. And I felt like you could possibly kind of, you know what I'm saying, ask questions that would not be, what do you say, like that could possibly harm the case. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah,
I
that's the
don't want to do
thing.
that.
Yeah, and she's very fortunate to have law enforcement that actually
Or on the ball somewhat.
exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that some of these vicious YouTubers hasn't got a hold of it and made a mockery of it,
Me
like they
too.
tried to do. That some of them tried to do it, but
Well, they got attacked some, but I mean, it could have been so much worse. And have, I pray because it is horrible. I cannot imagine. Seriously, think about it. The worst thing you could ever imagine in your entire life, I can just say, is the loss of your child and not knowing where they are. I mean, that I don't know that you could get much worse than that. Okay. And so then you've got other people jumping on you and attacking you like a pack of wolves. And
hmm
I mean, can you imagine? Just put yourself, like, I have to put myself in these people's, try to put them in the shoes, and I'm just like, I can't even comprehend it because I know the pain of
yeah,
losing a child already now. And on top of that, if people were just coming after me and ripping me to shreds and tearing me apart, like, I could not hold it together. Like, I
right,
don't know how they do it. I really don't, except for the strength of God. That's it.
right, right,
Because she's continued to work, she's continued to take care of her other children, she's continued to,
yeah.
be a wife, a mother. I mean, it's not like your life stops, it has to keep going when there's other kids involved, and you don't even get a breath. And I feel like, I mean, oh my gosh, I just want
Oh, and take that,
relief.
Callie Dime. Callie Dime said they are still trying. Unfortunately, not only that, they are going after Brandy's family and friends. It's disgusting.
Oh my
Well, they won't do it on
gosh.
my panel.
Or mine either.
Everybody knows that I don't talk. I yelled at Bullhorn Betty
Yeah,
after
I'm
what she
glad.
did. After what she did that day to
Mm,
Brandy, oh
that
my!
was
I made a
disgusting.
lot.
Yeah, that
I
was the
yelled
last
at
time I ever
her.
watched her, ever, ever, ever. Like, if I see somebody going after people that are down, like, I'm done. I'm out
Right.
because I just
You
cannot.
It seemed like she could get in trouble for live streaming a conversation with the jailhouse.
It does seem like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Who is Ricky Chambers would be more like to do anything? What? I'm not sure who Ricky Chambers is. Hope is love.
Hey,
Hey,
Zigzag.
Zigzag. We both saw her at the same time.
Did you see that where baby Oakley Snow was found?
Oh no.
They found her in a dresser. They wrapped her up and put her in an old
What?
dresser in an abandoned house.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah.
No. Was that today?
It, yeah, I posted it on my community post. It was her. It was her boyfriend that did it. He is the one that they're charging
Oh my
with
Lord.
murder. You can play it if you want to. It's on
Where
my
is it?
community post. Do you know how to pull it up and play it?
Try.
Play that news thing.
Let me see. Let me see if
Have
I
you
can.
learned how to do that?
I'm gonna try. No, I haven't, but
A
I will.
two-way
I'll
street,
do it.
and you should always have the whole story before jumping on any side. Um,
Well,
I don't
uh,
understand what you're saying. Where's
yeah, I
Michael
don't
Vaughn?
know.
Because we're on Brandy's side. That's the only side
That's
we're
right.
on.
We're on Monkey's side, and we're on the parents' side because they have a
Hmm.
missing child.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, now I'm on your page, and I do know how to share things. So I'm on your page. Just go to the community.
Yeah, go to the community post and scroll down, and you should be able to click on the news report about it.
Okay, does
I
it
tagged
say?
Evil Exist on it.
Is it? Let me see how far down it is. Is it? Oh, Body of Oakley.
They
Is that
shoved
it?
her in the dresser. Yeah,
Okay,
shoved
I
her in the
see it. I'm
dresser.
gonna pay it. Okay, no, I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
All right. Now let me move. Whoop,
So
do it
sad.
this way. Okay. And well, is that the right way? I think. And let me present. I am learning, y'all, so just be patient with me.
You're fine. Who bullied and harassed people too? Where's Michael Vaughan? Who did that? Says Brandy and
Right now at noon, a mother and her boyfriend have been charged in the death of a toddler here in Indianapolis. Just moments ago, we found out that 2-year-old Oakley Snow's body was found in a dresser of an abandoned structure in Morgan County. The 2-year-old from Oklahoma has been missing since January. A neighbor told police that he saw the couple carry out what appeared to be a child wrapped in a blanket and that the child did not appear to be moving. Now, police say that Oakley has not been located despite multiple searches. And today, the toddler's mother, Madison Marshall, and her boyfriend, Ryan Waters, have been charged in Oakley's death. Marshall and Roan, rather, have been charged with neglect of a dependent resulting in death. Now, Roan is also facing a murder charge. Now, we are working to learn more about these charges, so you'll want to stay with 13 News for any updates as we will bring those to you as soon as they become available.
Sayla.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
There, Speak Up Media's in here attacking Brandy. I don't know if you want them to
Um.
get rid of them.
Yes, please. If you would do it for me. Any of my mods that are in here. I believe Ronan is in here. Honey, if you could just remove anybody that attacks Brandy's family,
Speak Up
I would
Media, how
appreciate
dare
that.
you? How dare you come in here talking stuff about that family? Have you
Yeah, we're
ever
not going
lost
to
a
have that.
child? Right.
And I have lost a child, and I can tell you right now, I'm not putting up with anybody coming in here talking nonsense against any family who has lost a child. So any of my
Sorry, I didn't mean
moderators,
to.
just kick them out. Just let them go.
I didn't mean to interrupt your thing.
No, you're good. I'm glad you spotted that because I didn't see it. A lot of times I'll get to talking and doing, and I was doing that video, so I wasn't even looking at the chat. So I'm glad you caught it.
But yeah, I can't believe that
Thank
somebody
you, Miss
would come in.
Chewy.
Miss Chewy's on it.
I know
uh,
I got some good I don't have very many, but the
why,
ones that I do have they're
why would anybody attack them like
no.
that?
No, no, no.
Who would do such a thing?
People that are evil. Look, we're probably looking at people coming from other channels,
Hmm.
sleuthing and they want to cause trouble. They just want to cause any kind of disturbance.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, Rowan. I remember I might not have made it clear today because I didn't get back with you. I laid down, took a nap. I'm sorry, honey, but yeah, I was trying to say anybody that would attack her family, just knock them out and let them out of here
Yeah, that was awful.
because
Yeah, I mean,
we're here
she
to
is.
offer support. We're here
Yeah,
to get little monkey's face and name continue to be showed. I thought, we
yeah,
might have had hopefully some answers tonight, but we still are going to get some answers somehow because I do believe that he's going to answer these questions and I think he'll send them in. And the most important thing is that Brandy gets them. It's not for the
right,
YouTube community necessarily because there may be a reason that it wasn't done and the Lord knows best.
right, right. I just can't believe that people are still attacking this family after all they've been through. That just pisses me off. I'm
It
sorry.
does me too. That does me too. And I'll tell you right now, yeah, that's what I was thinking, Miss Chewy. That's the first thought that came to my mind.
What did Miss Chewy say?
Probably came from Satan's channel.
Thanks, Jill.
That's what I said. Sending them old demons over here. We rebuke it. We rebuke that. We won't let them in here.
Right. I mean, because
We're
this
not
is
putting up with that.
ultimately about a missing 5-year-old little boy.
Yeah, we don't want to lose sight of that. This is about children that are missing. And you have to think about this. What if this was your child? How would you want to be treated? Would you want grace and mercy until there's some answers or something? Like, you
Mm-hmm.
don't just go and attack somebody that is going through the hardest time in their life. That is and I'm just going to tell you right now. I mean, look, I'm just going to bring it up. The truth of the matter is, people want grace and mercy for themselves. And they say things like, well, whenever I'm down and out, people kick me in the head. Well, let me tell you something. When you give out grace and mercy, then you'll receive grace and mercy. That's the way it works. But when you
Right.
give out nothing but misery and heartache and kick other people in the head when they're down, what do you think you're going to get back?
Right. That's true.
Not that I want that for anybody, because I want everybody to have grace and mercy. But look, it depends on your own attitude.
I think they can kick them charges back up again, Sarah.
Oh,
But
yeah.
yeah,
They could put other charges too. That's the
yeah.
thing. And they did leave a condition on it that said they can not only add additional charges but bring these same charges back, I imagine. But I feel like there's a
Mm,
reason. Um
there's definitely a reason.
mhm. And I think that maybe, honestly, there are some things that Ellie are just not going to tell the public
And
because
there's
it would be
things that
detrimental.
right, and that's the same thing with Candace and them.
Yeah.
Candace is like, there's some things that they don't need to know.
They can't put it out.
Yeah.
For one thing, you don't want to harm your child's case in any kind of way.
No.
You would
No.
rather, honestly, you
Hey,
would
James.
rather take the flack from people calling you all kind of names, even though you know things, and not come out with it just to save your child.
Right. Right. And that's what Brandy said. She said she don't care about the haters as long as they keep Monkey's little face out there. And that's a good thing, that she's got that kind of attitude.
Oh, yeah. Is Jay in here?
Yeah, Jaden is not 25 cents is in here.
Let me find him and I'll send him one. I'll let him be one. I'll send him
Uh, let's see. Okay, I was hoping they could. Thank you. They got to be a reason.
Yeah. And, we don't want to do anything to hurt the case. So if there's anything that could have come out that could have possibly hurt the case, because look, we don't know. He could be alive. He really very well could be.
I'm
And
hoping he's alive.
and I'm praying to God that that is why they took that charge down. Because think about it. She failed to report a DEATH. I don't want to say it because I don't know how they do on YouTube, but um, she failed to report that. So they took those charges down. So that makes me wonder, hey, does that mean there's possibly not one of those to report? That they might know something else. And I pray to God, like I hope so much. And I'm saying allegedly, possibly. I hope, we don't know anything for sure. We don't know. But that's what I hope. That's what I pray.
I will always keep Monkey's, Harmony's, Summer's name out there as long as they're not found.
And poor little Oakley, that is just heartbreaking
I'm
that baby was put in an abandoned dresser, and like just not even thinking to put her any kind of, like, why could you not think? I don't even know. I can't even imagine what happened to that baby that would have
I
even led her
know.
up to that. But I just pray the Lord took her quickly and that she did not have to suffer. That is just,
It's sad. There's
they
just
have to be
so
on
many.
drugs or something. I can't
Yeah,
imagine.
the little brother was left at they found the little brother who was a new he was an infant in the meth house, and he was naked in the meth house when they found him.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he's alive though.
He's alive. The baby brother's alive, but they were seen packing uh little Oakley out of a house in blankets, and she wasn't moving. So
Oh, she could
I
have got
don't
a
know
hold of
what
something
happened
in
to
there.
her.
Anything could have happened in that place. I
Yeah,
mean, think about all the stuff that goes on in a place like that.
yeah.
I can't even imagine having children in somewhere or around somewhere like that.
When they get on drugs, they don't care. A lot of
They
them.
don't because they're not even thinking
Only thing they care about's that next drug.
that next hit. That's it.
Yeah. And for them to give a baby back, if a parent's got a history, very easily back to a parent that's got a
Well,
history.
they need to really make sure those parents have gone through extreme counseling and they need
Uh
more than
huh.
6 months clean.
Right.
They need to be like a
And they
while.
need to be monitored very, very, very closely.
Exactly.
And the
And
children, if the children is placed back in the home with the parents and the grandparents, they need to make sure that the grandparents ain't letting them pack the babies out, because that's what happened with my grandson. The grandparent, we didn't know it at the time, but the great grandma had custody of our grandson and his brother that had leukemia, and she was letting, uh, she left we had the bub, but the one that had leukemia, he was in the hospital at UK hospital in Kentucky, and she let the mother and the grandmother, who was very much on drugs, take him down there for 2 weeks, and she never showed up. And the grandmother was found passed out in the bathroom, in his bathroom.
oh
They
my god.
robbed the flower shop at the hospital.
What?
Yeah, yeah, it gets
Talk about
bad.
some gall because there are
Oh
video
yeah.
cameras everywhere in the hospitals.
Yeah, and when they
Like,
went to look for her, they found her passed out in the bathroom. So state came in and took them out of the great grandma's care and put them in our care, which we didn't know that the great grandma had custody of them at that time, because actually my husband had more legal rights than she did.
hmm
So, but they ended up in our home, and then 4 months later, she gets a job, and suddenly she's doing better, and they place them back into her home again. Which later on we ended up taking Bub from her, and Coda
well,
went back
praise the
to.
Lord that he is in a stable home and he's with his grandparents. Eh,
He's with us now, and Dakota passed away from leukemia.
oh
The
no.
the little 8-year old, yeah, he succumbed to. I think by them taking just the whole trauma from him going back and forth and all that was going
Made
on in
his
that
health
household.
worse.
It did. They used that baby to every. I don't even want to say, because she's doing better now, but I'm just saying it was not good at that time.
So, do you have your grandson now?
Oh yeah, we've got full
Yeah,
custody of
that's
him.
what I was thinking. That's what I thought. That's what I was thinking that you
He's
did.
16 now, and I do let him, go with her. She's doing better. I
Well,
let him
yeah,
like
I mean, that's good for him if he's grown, you
Yeah, I
know.
let him go to, like, she takes him out to eat and stuff like that. He doesn't go to her house yet, but she does take him on vacation. But he's old enough now to
Well, know what he
know.
wants, if he wants to have a relationship or not. And if he does, it's good for
Yeah,
him if she's doing better.
yeah,
People fail to lose sight of the fact that even in these situations, and I've been in the
well,
situation where I've been in kinship care of my grandchild. I will say that. And
mhm,
I made sure, yes, I did let them have supervised visits that I was right there. You know what I'm
right,
saying? Because they need that attention and love so they don't feel abandoned.
yeah,
But you just got to make sure they're safe. That's all.
yeah. Well, she had actually visitation until um, he come home at what, 4? I think he was 4, telling us that he was left out by himself in a playground at night. And I said, "Well, where was your mommy?" Her was in a van with a man.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and he
See
fell
that?
asleep in
Oh,
that playground, and come home talking about Xanaxes at 4-year-old. So
I get
yeah,
you one,
needless
Sherry.
to say, she wasn't getting him no more
Oh
without our
no, not after
supervision.
that. See, now I'm very strict about that kind of stuff with
Yeah.
DSS or CPS, whatever you want to call it.
Uh
Like,
huh.
no, I won't even let like when I've had my grandchildren with me through that, I won't even let my own child stay in the house with me with my grandchild here if they're under that, you know, kinship care thing because I'm not like
Mm-mm.
there's no way I'm not gonna have it where my grandchild might not be safe, and this, the state could take
Right,
them away.
right.
So I
Well,
wouldn't.
actually, that was after she got him back, and then she dropped him off. She got him back, but she didn't want to take care of him like she wanted us. She dropped him off from the beginning when he was little, but
There
she
you go, Miss
wanted to
Sherry.
still have a babysitter. Well, one day she came and she dropped him off with my husband, and she came back with fresh needle marks high, and he wouldn't let her take him.
Oh, yeah, no.
And
See, I'll fight somebody over my grandchild, even if it's their own
yeah,
parent. If I see some kind of nonsense like that, I don't care. If it's their own parent, I will be like, I will
right.
call the law. I will call the law right now
Well,
on you.
that's what we did, and the next day they told us to get an emergency custody order, and then we went from there to temporary, and then we got complete full custody of him. So we've had that since he was like
Thank you,
little,
Sherry.
like really, really little. So yeah, he's never really been exposed to anything bad, thank God, because I've always had him. She'd keep him a few days here and there, but not,
Not
you
on a
know,
constant basis. And that's the thing. See,
no,
kids need consistency.
yeah,
They need that everyday routine. They need that um well, they need to feel secure. They need to feel secure. That's the main
and
thing.
they need structure. They need
Yeah,
rules and regulations and
they do.
structure.
And if the parent's not in a position, not judging them, because listen, people have all been through all kind of things, but there has to
Hmm.
be something in place for the child to be safe while they're going through whatever they're going through. So hopefully
Oh
later they will
yeah,
get their stuff together, because that's best for the
yeah.
child you
She
know
does, and she comes around now, and she takes him on vacation, and she is doing better, thank God.
Praise the
And
Lord for that, and we pray that that keeps on.
yeah, and she buys him stuff and all that. She'll take him out, and they'll get a hotel down here and stay all night and stuff. So he'll
Well,
be
now that he's
18 in a
older,
couple.
that's perfect, because he's getting to the age where, heck, I don't know in your state where it is, but in here, 17, you can leave home without permission and
Yeah,
move out.
well, I'm gonna tell him that.
No, we don't. I don't like them to know that, but unfortunately, that is the
I
law,
know,
and I
I
hate
know.
it, because it's like, okay, but for a whole year, you're responsible for them legally, but they can leave the house, and it's so messed up. But
Right?
we're responsible for what they do until they're 18 legally.
Yeah. Well, he's got the good life. He's got anything he wants. So,
Well, that's
and he's
and he's got
happy
all the
here.
love he needs, and he's on that farm. I
Yeah, he
I
don't
know that
like
would
doing
have to be a
farm chores though.
paradise. He don't.
No,
Oh,
he
see,
don't
I'd
like
love
the
that.
farm chores because he loves the animals, but he don't like to have to help with them. But all kids are like that. So, but it's good for him. He don't have to do a whole lot because he goes to
All right,
school and
what is
everything.
that at Cali, including getting insight from Sarah's abuser? That's gold. Well, first of all, we don't know who Sarah's abuser is. So I'm going to say that, and also I think Callie Dime said Brandy has and always will do whatever she has to for Michael always. And that's what she has showed us, that she would do anything for her son. And you know what?
Yeah.
Even if that did mean talking to somebody's abuser, yes, I would talk to anybody's abuser if I thought I could get a piece of information that might lead to where my son is at. I don't care what they've done. Yeah, I'd ask them anything.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I'm just saying, look, if your child was missing, I bet you would ask anybody, you don't care what their past is, if they know somebody that could have some kind of connection to where your child might be, you wouldn't ask them. I don't care if they're on death row. You wouldn't ask them. I would. I'd go in there myself and have a one-on-one meeting, sit right down at the daggum table with them, even if it was Jeffrey Dahmer. I don't care.
I think Robin wants to talk to her daughter's, um, you know, person,
Yeah, I
and
would.
but they won't let her talk to him. But I think that they should let them. That should be a responsibility of theirs to give the family some kind of
She was
closure.
MC. I don't know about now. They asked if Brandy was in here. I said she might have left. She was earlier, but she might have left out of here. And again, if people weren't here earlier when we made the announcement, the man that was going to come and talk to his family, and they felt it was best for them as a family if he did not come up here because he was afraid of getting caught up in all this YouTube drama and him getting doxxed with his family, and he's got a family to protect. So I did ask if possibly he would answer questions privately for Brandy if she's got any, and I would be willing to relay that to them privately. And that should be good enough for us because this is not our child. The only thing that we're up here to do is to try to help support these parents to get answers if we can. And you know I did pray for the Lord to open doors and to shut doors, and if he shut the door, then there may be a reason. So I'm just gonna take it as there must be something that maybe he's not supposed to get out or something. And I feel like if he does answer questions that she has and she can get those answers, that's the most important thing. And like I said, I don't care if it would be from a person that's on death row. If they would have any kind of answers to where my child could possibly be because they know somebody that could be connected, I would be willing to go into the worst prison in the world and sit down across the table from somebody and ask them. So
Uh,
I don't think that just because, even if he is the person, in which we don't know that he is, but even if he is the person that Sarah Wondra was talking about, are we going to really believe Sarah Wondra? Um,
no.
I mean, I'm sorry, but I mean, she's the one that's in jail right now for
Yeah.
possibly having some kind of connection. I'm certainly not going to believe her off of TikTok over somebody that is trying to protect the public.
Right. Bye, JJ. Who is Dre? Dre, are you related to Brandy? It might
They
be her
always,
sister.
yeah, because they said they were coming in here, and the sisters were going to come in here, so that's why we really want you to be respectful. Um, but even if no family was in here, we want you to be
Yeah,
respectful.
that's Dre is one of Brandy's sisters.
Yeah, and we're
Okay, thank
praying
you,
for your whole
Dre.
family, Dre, because this is got to be the worst hell that anybody would have to go through. The whole family is affected, you know, and we're so sorry, and we're just going to still believe that there is going to be. You were saggy until you got blocked. Oh no, who blocked you? Oh no, if somebody blocked Dre and she was saggy, ask people who they are before you block them, because we don't want
I
to
don't
block
blame you,
the
Dre.
family.
I'd be very protective over my sister, especially if she
Oh,
went through.
absolutely.
Especially if she's going through what Brandy's going through.
She needs a lot of people around her to protect her, and that's the thing. Like, she
Yeah.
needs to be almost insulated from this stuff because it's just too much on the heart. Like, man, grief is no joke, and she's going through it continually because she doesn't have answers. Just like the Wells family, they don't have answers, and people can come up with theories and all this other stuff that they want to, but until we've got facts, we know nothing.
Right. You're
And we have
absolutely
to
right.
give grace and mercy to people because, listen, just by the grace of God, maybe you haven't been in that situation, but I mean, just in the snap of an eye, a kid can go missing just like that. I mean, with a snap of a finger. I mean,
And
I've
they
had people
do.
known
Nowadays, they take
personally.
them plumb out of the mom's hands.
Yes, that people are getting crazy and brave these days. And I was actually friends with I don't know if y'all ever heard of the Larry Jean Bell case. Sherry Smith was killed, and that was back in the late 80s. And there was a serial killer, and he also took a little girl out of her front yard that was playing. Deborah May Helmick was her name, and he killed both of those girls. And he was an electrician, and her sister Dawn Smith ended up being Miss South Carolina, and she went on and was in Miss America, and I think she got first runner up. But my mom actually did the preliminary and did
Mm-hmm.
her makeup, Dawn's makeup, which is Sherry Smith's sister that was killed. But that man killed her the second night he had her. He was at a lake house watching for
Mm-hmm.
these people and keeping to the house up. And they were an old couple, and they were leaving the country, went somewhere, and he was staying at
Mhm.
their house, and he kidnapped her. Listen, she was at the end of her driveway getting the mail after school in broad daylight, and she had diabetes. She was a diabetic, and it was her senior year. She was getting the mail at the end of their driveway, and they lived kind of in a rural setting. And this man obviously was watching her, and he waited till she got out the car at the end of the driveway to get the driveway. Her dad looked out the window, saw her out there. He was on the phone, turned around, talked on the phone for a minute, turned back around. She was gone. Her car was there. The door was open. It was still running. That was how fast. And he killed her the second night he had her and made her write out her will and her last will and testament, and was calling and harassing that family and making them put her little sister Dawn on the phone.
Oh no.
Or yeah, her older sister, excuse me, Sherry was the little sister, but she
Oh.
it was terrible. And like she was coming by our house during that time for my mom to do her hair and makeup to get ready for the preliminaries and stuff. And I just remember like she would be talking about the case and like how she would have to be so careful not to be followed, because they were worried that like this man was going to be in the crowd at one of these pageants or these preliminaries.
Oh no.
And when she
That's
did win Miss
awful.
Liberty, they thought that they might have had him there. And there was a movie out about it called Nightmare in Columbia County.
I
If
remember
anybody
when
wants
that.
to
I
see that.
remember seeing something about that. Did they ever catch him?
Oh yeah, he rode the old. He was the last person to be killed on the electric chair in South Carolina. So
Wow,
he
that's
rode the
sad.
old White Lightning. But
Oh.
he killed her, and then he went out and got a little girl that was sick. She was a five. I can't believe. I think she was between 5 or 6 years old, but she had beautiful blonde haired little girl in a trailer park now. And you know how close trailers are when they in a
Yeah.
trailer park like that in a row. She was in the front yard playing, and he grabbed her in broad daylight, and nobody saw nothing.
Wow. That's so sad. These animals.
And just
That
think
is
about it.
so
Like,
sad.
and that is in a trailer park. And then up here down about a mile from my house, just 2 years ago, there was a little girl. The mom went and walked and got her from the school bus. She was in kindergarten, so she was about Summer's age. She brought her back. They lived in a duplex in a townhouse, like 2 stories, but it's attached on one side. And then there's a little
Mhm.
area, and then there's another one in the middle of a neighborhood, y'all. And that little girl went outside to eat a popsicle on the front stoop right there in broad daylight in a neighborhood after school. And they showed the mama picking her up from the bus. Like, she wasn't a mama that didn't pay attention. She walked to the bus to pick her child up. She didn't just let her walk home.
Yeah.
And they gave that family teetotal hell until this little
Oh.
girl was found. And I did not feel like it was them at all, but they didn't have a lot of money. And she lived with the grandma, and the mom and the grandma and the boyfriend caught so much hell. And then they ended up finding the little girl,
Uh-huh.
and I knew where she was going to be found. I showed my husband, even on a map, I felt like this was going to happen. And even the morning I woke up, I said, I feel like they're going to find her today. Like, I just had such heaviness on my chest. And sure
Uh-huh.
enough, and do you know who took her? The doggone man that lived in the townhouse next to him. And he was a university student, but
Wow.
he actually he offed his own self. And they found her
Oh.
her little rain boots or whatever in his trash can. But
Oh
she
wow.
was in the house next door to them the whole time. Now
Oh
think about that.
no.
And
Mm.
people just gave that family teetotal heck. But there were a lot of good people that rallied around them and gave them support in the church, local church here did that.
Wow.
Her name was Faye Sweatlick. She was a
Oh.
beautiful little redheaded girl with big blue eyes.
I feel like somebody thought that same thing happened to Summer too.
I do
I
too,
think
and
after
that's
it's all
why
said and done, people are going to feel awful
I do too.
for attacking Donna. Donna Candace ain't perfect people, no. But I feel like that law enforcement is, in my opinion, jumping to conclusions about them and not really listening to them. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm just saying that's how I feel, in my opinion, that they're not taking them serious about
Right.
things.
Well, and also we got that good old boy system there in Hawkins
Yeah.
County. And I'm
Yeah.
sorry. But I do feel there is something in the woodpile there. There was a reason that Ronnie Lawson's son was held out, that nobody knew about him with that SA situation. And then he
Yeah.
is being convicted, taking an offered plea where he was given
Uh-huh.
20 years, only serves 1 year at home on house arrest. And there's a little girl missing, and he is covered
Yeah.
like that. No,
Right.
something's not right about that, y'all.
Right. Well, the thing is, too, where did he learn that from? I'm just
Exactly.
saying.
Just like Shurfy's son, y'all, the same thing.
Hmm.
Look, there's something going on in that town. I'm just saying, there is something not
There's
right.
something going on in the whole state. They let people away with everything here in the state. They pack up. They pat on each other's back.
That's right,
They're all
always.
big buds. I don't. That's one thing I do hate about Tennessee is that they are a good old boy system. That's all I can say.
It
They're
is.
a
It
good old
is a
boy
good boy
system.
system. And the thing is that the sad thing is, okay, if it's one of their sons doing this stuff, they're going to cover for them. They're going
Oh
to
yeah,
cover.
no doubt. And see, I feel like because Don and Candace had a past that might be why they don't take them as serious. And I'm not saying that they do. I'm just saying that's how I feel. They may not. They may actually be listening to everything Don and Candace says. I don't know that for a fact. I'm just saying that's
Well,
how
here's the
I
thing:
feel.
if they might know something else, and they're just trying to buy time so that this so much time gets between, what happened to Summer, and if Summer is not with us anymore, if they wait long enough, and then, then we won't know anything because it'll be so far past. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you got
Yeah.
to think about that too. If they cover for each other like that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's
And I
just
think, I'm
sad.
sorry, but I think there's another person in this mix that lived close by. And I do believe that she knows a little more than she's saying,
Yeah.
or she has said a little bit too much at times because she's been on something. I don't know what.
Jinky swears to it that her, you know,
You know who I'm talking
family
about.
member. Yeah. Jinky swears that her family member knows. But I don't want to say because she gets all tore up. And if I'm wrong,
Hmm.
But I think
Well,
it either Dudley or that Crawford guy. That's my opinion. Marlena, that's just my opinion because she had close connections and they were up on that hill all the time. And I just feel like that Summer would have went with her.
see, I feel like it has to be somebody that Summer would be familiar with where she wouldn't run away from them. I feel
Yeah,
that either they had to have something that would draw a child.
yeah,
Oh, but I still think that Summer might would have had to recognize them, even if it was from church, for somebody from church, like that one guy that kind of went missing and went back to Texas. You know what I'm talking about? DD.
mm-hmm,
I still kind of have a weird feeling about him. There's something in my something weird about him. I don't know. I always
hmm,
thought that from the very first time I ever saw him with that flute.
yeah.
I was just like a hair on a dog's back. You know what I'm
I
saying?
know. You get
Yeah.
that feeling like I don't know.
And so, and I'm not accusing anybody because these are all just theories. And we've all done that. We've all gone down, oh, what if it was this or what if it was that? But some of these people get so stuck on the parents that they are
Uh,
so tunnel vision, they don't want to even look at any other
and
possibility.
yeah, they're just like completely and thoroughly just stuck on Don and Candace because Don and Candace does have a
Hey,
history. I
Tracy.
mean,
Yeah, well,
but
they're
that
not
don't mean that
perfect.
they hurt their baby
That's what I was going to say. Look, people can be,
because
not wealthy. People can live a certain way. People can do things that are not perfect, but that don't mean that they would hurt their child.
right,
There are people that just live differently than we do. And think about like Loretta Lynn that lived up in Kentucky. They didn't even have electricity in their house, and
no,
they had 10 kids in like a two-room. I'm just saying they had like newspaper on the wall for wallpaper to keep the heat in, and an old wood burning stove, and like but people like in society they get to the point, and I'm not talking about alcohol and drugs, because look, my father was an alcoholic. He was a terrible alcoholic, and he would go on binges, but I was never taken from them. And
Yeah.
my parents didn't kill me, and they didn't hurt me or
No.
harm me like that. Um,
No.
so just because people are not perfect parents didn't mean that they would harm their child.
Right. I know. I don't know.
And I say, look, let's err on the side of caution, especially after 2 years now, because listen, if there was a possible any kind of possible sniff that these people had anything to do with their children's demise, I'm talking about both cases. Those parents would be in jail right now because let's look at some of these other cases whose parents, have been put right in jail. We've got the Evelyn Boswell trial coming up here soon. They found out pretty quickly that that
She was
mom,
lying. She took them on a wild goose chase, didn't she?
yeah, she did. And you can even look at her and tell she wasn't even bothered by it. It's like she had nothing,
She had a
no
smug
emotion. It's like
smile on her face.
emotionless.
Yeah.
And I understand, look, when kids go missing, there's a shock, there's a trauma involved in that. And that's why I say people need to quit judging how parents act when their kids first go missing and when their kids are missing, because think about the shock and the trauma that you would be going through. And when you're in shock and trauma, you don't act normal. You don't There is no normal.
There's no normal.
And there's no, I mean, nobody, not everybody reacts the same way. Like,
Right.
according to people's personalities, they react differently.
Mhm.
So there's not really a standard to say, oh, well, this is how you should act. Now, there are things that we have seen in past cases, where things are like the Evelyn Boswell case. And I mean, we could see plainly that mother, I don't know, there just was something absent. But
Right.
and Candace, I mean, from day one, I've seen that her heart is broken.
Oh yeah.
And like, so even when I was looking at it at first, I was not thinking like she did something intentional, but I was looking at possibly an accident or something. But I still don't think that, because I just don't think that they would have gone this long and not something not come out. I mean, Don was locked up in jail all that time, and you know what I'm saying? They put ears. They probably put somebody in his jail cell with him. Who knows, like what Ellie might.
Yeah.
And look, I'm just going to tell you, they have probably turned everything they have inside out and upside down.
I heard they did. I don't know.
I don't know for sure either, but I'm just saying that they
Candace
would
said
have
that
had to.
property has been searched several times by law enforcement. Several.
I'm sure. And I feel like if somebody did take her in a car, for instance, because there the scent left at the foot of the driveway, if they took her in a car, okay, that would make sense. That scent would go away right there. Uh, and because if they walked off with her, they would have had to pick her up and carry her, and still the scent might would be a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
So I feel like there's so many ways out of there, and I feel like they should have locked it down and made like police presence where you had to show ID and they search the car, get out of those way areas. But
Well, the thing is, Fred Hill took a station wagon that had been sitting in his yard for years to the junkyard, and they never searched it or anything the next day.
oh, really?
Yeah.
That I did not know that. That's something.
Yep.
Sherry,
That's what
you know you're sold. You got a good soul.
Don and Candace told me that. They were like, "Why didn't they search that car? Why
Why
didn't
didn't
they?"
they? There's could be forensics
Right.
evidence in that car. And does he have any kind of ties in any kind of other societies or
Oh
anything
yeah.
with the
He's a meth
bosses?
head, allegedly.
Uh-huh. Well, maybe he's a informant or something. You know what I'm saying?
Could be.
With the police. And the police a lot of times they will protect their informants.
Right. I just feel like I don't know why they would let somebody. I mean, I if I was Donna Candace, I'd been like, "Hey, maybe you need to check that car out."
Why
You
can't they go
know?
back now and still look for that crushed car? You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't
Even if
know.
they
I'd have
crush
to
it,
ask
because there
them.
still could. It seems like they could still get inside of it and pull the
Oh
seats out and
yeah,
pull things out and see any kind of forensics that might be in there. Dismantle it piece by piece. They can send stuff to. There's a lab I think in Florida. Is there? And they do all kind of different forensic things. I think it's with the University of Florida or something.
well, what gets me is Fred Hill has inserted himself into this case a lot,
Yeah, and you got to wonder when somebody inserts themselves, why are they doing it?
even down to the bone thing. Like, I don't know.
That's the thing. My thing is this: there are so many strange individuals in this case. I don't understand how people could just be so locked in on just the parents because I mean, I could sit here and name 5 people off the top of my head that I'm suspect of.
Yeah,
You know?
Frank Light,
Yep.
Fred Hill,
Yep.
um, Don Sherfy Jr., um, Jody Sue and Andy, Crawfords, Dudley,
Uh huh.
Dee Dee.
DD, big time.
Uh huh. So, I mean, there's so many people that could have been, and it may not even be none of them.
It
It
might
might
not
be
be none of
somebody
them. It could be a
completely
complete stranger.
stranger.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm trying to
Yeah.
say. It's just too much. There's too many other. I said I've never seen anything like this in my life where it's like you can't like eliminate anything
Right.
because it's just too crazy. I mean, it's just too much.
But I
Like
want to say
possible.
this, that when baby Quentin went missing and people found out that she was hanging out at the dumpster all night, um, everybody was right about where that baby was. Before
Well,
they come
yeah.
out and said, they were like, that baby's in the trash. That baby's in
hmm
a dumpster.
But I think she slipped up and told somebody, didn't she?
She did after that, but before, so a majority of YouTubers are very correct on something.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When it
Well, I
comes
mean, if
to,
she did go out to the dumpster, there was a reason she went out there.
Leilani and Evelyn Boswell both had smug smiles on their faces when they were
Yes,
being interviewed.
I saw that. It's
They
almost
thought that was
eerie.
funny. Yeah,
And
that's evil.
that's so weird and evil and twisted. It's almost like a demon looking back at you.
Oh yeah, Leilani, I think she really did some damage to that baby. I think in Evelyn Boswell's case, I think the grandmother and the boyfriend had
I
something to do
think there
with it.
was all something going on. I think with meth and all of them
Hmm.
were tied up with something, and something happened to that baby. I don't know what, but something. I feel like the grandparents were running interference. That grandma,
Uh
because she
huh.
took that car that belonged to Evelyn's boyfriend's family or something, that BMW,
Hmm.
and they went off out of state somewhere. I think they were trying to run interference to cover up something.
They may have had the baby and it was sick, or they may have been trying to hide her. I don't know why they brought her back and put her in that building. Maybe
Well,
I
I
don't
think
know.
maybe to set up her ex-husband or something. That was Evelyn's dad's property where the
Oh
baby
yeah,
was found. So,
could
if you
be
think about it, she could, in their state of drug and
trying to
haze, set
the
them up. Yeah,
set him up. Yeah, like it
yeah.
was him that did it instead of them.
Yeah, because I saw where they had some pictures of
Because
little
they had
Evelyn.
searched it first, right? And then they had to
They
go back.
did, and there was nothing. I didn't think they found anything before. And then
She had,
I wonder if somebody called in a tip. You know what I'm
they
saying?
may
Somebody that
have.
might have placed her there. Like they might have called in a tip,
She
and they went back and looked.
she had like a shrine in there, but the baby was placed upside down. They said alive in a trash can or something. I think they said the baby was still alive and she died of asphyxia.
Oh my goodness
Yeah.
gracious! And wasn't it real hot or something out there?
Oh yeah. East Tennessee is the devil. In the
Oh gosh,
summertime, it's horrible.
that's terrible. I can't even imagine if that little baby was like just put in that building out there, if she was still alive or something.
Yeah. I-
That would be horrible.
Well, they got her for 19 different accounts and two is murder charges.
Now,
So
when
I
does
don't
her
know
case
how they
start?
got her for two murder charges, but they did.
That's weird.
It's very weird. But
When
she's
does her
got
case
night,
start?
huh?
When does her case start? When does her trial
They
start?
postponed it. Some people said they postponed it to 2025.
What?
That's what some people are saying. I don't know for sure, but that's what they're saying. She just recently had a hearing. But she'll be in jail because she ain't gonna be able to afford to get out. But I think that her mom and that boyfriend are involved in it. I really do.
I agree. There's
But
still something not right about that.
yeah, because she was hiding and she was taking them on a wild goose chase like Casey
Oh,
Anthony did.
Sherry's leaving. Good night, Sherry. I don't know why you're leaving us.
Auntie Sherry, she's
What are
getting
you
ready
doing?
for Jinkies to come down there tomorrow, and
Oh,
Chill Billy and Jinkies is going down there to see her.
that's wonderful. I'm so
I
happy.
I know she's wild woman, honey. She's gonna have her Jinx and her Chill Billy there.
She's like, I'm
So,
looking forward to tomorrow. I'm going to sleep like on Christmas night, like when you're a kid. So
uh
when you
huh,
wake up, it's like her is her. He said it's gone ahead and going to be tomorrow
uh huh.
when she go to sleep. But we
I'm
love you,
excited for
Sherry.
them.
I
Love
know
you,
that's
Auntie
wonderful.
Sherry. Love you, Auntie Sherry.
I hope you
Um,
have a really good time.
if Don and Candace were guilty, why hasn't any evidence been found? Yeah, exactly. In almost 2 years. That's right.
That's what I say. And I'm like, how at this point can I point my fingers at them and give them such a hard time and keep kicking them when they're down? Because, in my opinion, I'm sorry, I'm not saying anything negative about Don and Candace. I think they're just simple country people. You know what I'm saying? I don't,
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest, they didn't graduate from Harvard and they don't have a bunch of connections and degrees and lawyers but to hide behind like a lot of these people do that
Yeah,
get in
that's
this
true.
situation. And I feel like they've been more open and honest than so many people I've seen. For Candace to even trust to let them in her home like that, she had to
Yeah,
open her heart and trust that that would go good, and it did not go good
at
for her.
all. I
And
mean,
I can
she sit
understand.
there and step by step, she
Went
sit
through
down there
everything.
at Warriors Park, and he was grilling her like an attorney. Like he
Yeah.
was asking her
Like he
horrible,
was
like
interrogating her like an FBI agent.
interrogating her. He wouldn't let her finish. She kept tripping her up. But she
Right.
handled herself very well, and she
She
told him
did.
the truth. She
She
even
did.
started crying on him.
I saw that. And
And
he and
yeah,
think about this. Think about like what she must have been going through and all this stuff. Because I'm just telling you, I can't remember what went on yesterday. I can't tell what day it is from the next hardly. And
no.
like, and her trying to remember every single aspect of what went on when she was in shock. Like that is almost impossible to expect people to just remember everything I
But
exactly.
she did, and she
But she
told him.
pulled up everything she knew and could remember and call and said
Yeah.
everything. And honestly, like I'm just saying, her story has stayed the same.
And she never did trick up one time or hesitate to
No,
answer.
no. And she's been as honest as she can. And it
And
makes me
see,
sad because I feel like she's trusted so many
he
people.
he did that interview with Hunter
Yeah,
before he went to her. So
right.
he went in there with his mind made up that they were
Preconceived
guilty.
notion.
Yeah. Because Hunter and them had already painted the picture of her being a bad person.
And my thing is,
Hunter
why
and
was all that
Allie.
even done?
Huh?
My thing is, that okay. First of all, that child should have never been able
Interviewed.
to have an interview like that and put all out on YouTube. He was a minor, and I know that
Yep.
it's up to his mama. I understand that, but my
Yeah.
thing is this: what is your ulterior motive here? To allow your son to be
Right.
like, if he let him be interrogated by Chris McDonough, fine, but why put it on YouTube? Why?
And why was she dictating everything that he said? If you
And you
slow
could
down her
watch.
head
Oh yeah.
gestures,
Hmm.
she was nodding and agreeing and
And so was the
telling him
grandma.
things.
The grandma
Yeah,
was too. I saw her in her face, and she would
grandbun.
give certain, yeah, she would give them looks. And even he said he was scared of her.
You know the what got me
You there? Uh oh, you're muted. You muted yourself, Miss Daisy. What happened? I can't unmute it. It must be muted on yours. I think Miss Daisy muted herself. Let's see. I hope she can come back. Miss Daisy, unmute yourself. Because it says I can't unmute guests because they chose to mute it, it says. Neither one of their sides of their stories changed. They remember everything just like I remember everything that happened to my daughter, Robin said. Well, I haven't had to go through that, what Robin has had to go through or what Candace has had to go through, and we don't know what they've had to go through yet because they don't even know what happened to their child yet. But and Robin, she's gone through something terrible, horrible. We're still praying for you, Robin, and I hope you do get to say what you want to say to that piece of scum. Hey, Private Eye Pals. Not every parent of missing child is guilty. Good grief, what is wrong with people? That's what I'm saying. Like, everybody wants to just automatically blame the parent right off the bat. And I'm not saying there aren't parents that do that. We see there are. Obviously, there are. But not every case is like that. There are so many cases that are not like that.
Hello?
There you are. There you are, Miss Daisy. I couldn't unmute you because it said you muted yourself.
It was my daughter calling me. Sorry about
Oh,
that.
okay. We thought we lost you.
Well, I think I'm gonna jump off of here because I'm gonna
Hey,
call her
Sassy.
back. But I appreciate you having me up.
Yeah, and I wish that would have worked out, but like I said, maybe there's a reason that didn't,
Yeah,
and we're still going to follow up with this because we still want to help Brandy. And if it works out that we can share it, we will. But if not, then we'll hope that it'll make a difference, and hopefully we'll get it into this some way, somehow. Anyway.
yes, absolutely. I
And
agree
let's just pray for
100%.
Brandy real quick before we leave here and her family, because we'll sign
Okay.
off because it's been a long day for me. Today's been a month since my son passed away. So today's been a kind
Oh,
of a crazy day for me. So let's just go ahead and
oh,
say a prayer for
okay.
Robin and for all the people in here that just need prayers, because there are a lot of you in there that need prayers. And
Yeah.
also I'm going to pray for Brandy and I'm going to pray for Candace. So Father
Okay.
God, right now we just pray for Robin's family, Lord. The things that she's been through is horrible, and no parent should ever have to go through that. And unfortunately, she's on the other side and she does know, and it's not a good thing. So Father, I just ask that you help her and give her peace and give her hope and give her comfort, and open up a way that she can get her feelings out to that person so that she can have some more resolution. Lord, we just ask you to open those doors if you could, Lord. And we also pray for Brandy's family tonight, Lord, that they would have peace, Lord, in the middle of this. Father, we don't know the reasons why things happen the way they do, but Father, we know that you're faithful to bring out the truth, and that it says everything hidden will be revealed, Father, and we're going to trust you for that. Because all your promises are yes and amen. So, Lord, we just ask you to cover that family. We ask you to cover her sisters. We ask you to cover her, her husband, those children, the grandparents, Lord. The whole family is affected. And Father, just being a mother, I can't even imagine what she's going through. So I just ask you to just put your hand on her heart and just hold it in your hand, because until this baby is found, she needs you so much. And Lord, we just thank you that there's going to be some resolution in this case very soon, Lord. And I just thank you for that. And Lord, we ask you to just cover Don also and Candace, Lord, and their four children, their boys and Summer, Lord God. You know where they're at. And we just ask you to send your angels to protect them, Lord, until they can get back home. And Lord, we ask you to help Don and Candace get everything they need to get accomplished to get their boys back, and that hopefully Summer will be following soon behind there. Lord, we know you're the God of the impossible. And we ask you to also cover everybody in prayer tonight that has a need, that has anxiety, that's going through depression, that has lost people lately, Lord God. There have been so many people lately that have been passing away, and including Miss Daisy's family. Her and Jinkies, they just lost a sister, Lord. So everybody in here is going through something, and you know what each of us need individually. And I ask that you also give Jinkies and um, Chill Billy a easy ride, and as they go take a travel tomorrow to see Miss Sherry, Lord, and that you would bless that time of fellowship, Father God, and that she could just have a little bit of relief time because she's going through a lot right now too. Father, we just thank you and we ask all these things in your precious name. Jesus, we pray, amen.
Amen. I think Auntie Sherry was wanting a link, but I didn't know if you was gonna. I
Well, we're
seen her
about
thing.
to close up, but if she wants to come say some ending comments about her visit tomorrow, I'll throw a link out there.
Okay.
Miss
Well,
Miss Sherry.
I'm gonna go ahead and step down, but thank you so much,
Okay.
Sayla, for having me up, and
I love you, Miss Daisy.
love you too. Okay.
We'll
Bye,
talk.
everybody.
Bye bye.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, let me see if I can throw Miss Sherry one up there so she can say something. Let me see. You there, Miss Sherry? Okay, I've got it. I'm coming. This is for Miss Sherry before she has to go get her sleep for her visit tomorrow. There you go. There you go, Auntie. Oh, you're welcome, Private Eye Pal. She says I'm going to sleep otherwise. We got you. We got you a link, Miss Sherry. It, you got it. You see it down there yet? She might have went to sleep on us before I threw it out there. There she is. I hope she has the face this time when she comes up. Every time. There she is. You there, Miss Sherry? We can't see you, but we can hear you. Oh no, she dropped off again. Let me send one more and see what happens. I don't know what happens, but when she gets on here, it turns black on my panel every time she comes up here. But hopefully, well, even listen, Miss Sherry, even if you're in the dark, we can still hear your words and they're light. So it's okay. We'll illuminate the darkness with your light of your words. So if you come up here again, just go ahead and speak and say what you got to say. We're not going to let that old devil come in here and mess that up just because he won't let your face be seen. That's okay. We know what you look like and you're beautiful souled. Because I put another one out there for you. And I'm glad that those prayers, I pray that they touch each and every person on here because God knows we need them. There she is. Oh, yeah, okay. I think we got her. Who's that? Oh, there's Robin. Hi, Robin. Robin? Hello?
Hi,
Oh, okay, there you go. I couldn't hear you at first. How are you doing tonight?
I'm all right. I did a live on my daughter's page because today marks 29 years my daughter's been gone,
Oh, no.
and it was a really hard. They helped.
So you did that today? Did you make a video today on your channel? Uh-oh. Maybe her internet's going in and out.
I, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Did you say that you did a video about her today?
Yes, I did.
Well, can somebody throw her channel out there, please, so that we could all maybe go and watch that? Because I can't imagine. I can't imagine. Even with what I've been through, I can't imagine what you've been through. And for this long. And I really do hope you get to say what you need to say.
Yes,
Because I feel like that would be so cathartic for you. I don't know if you saw when Chris Watts was being sentenced, but they let that family speak, you know, And I think they should let Robin speak. I think they should let her say what she needs to say. Uh-oh, she dropped down. We lost her. Oh, Robin, sweetie, I'm so sorry. I know that you're really having such a hard day today. Like I said, I mean, grief is horrible. Today's a month for me, and uh, I can't imagine what you are going through because I know that even just with what I've been through, it just goes and replays over and over in my mind, and I cannot imagine. And we're just praying for you. And we are going to be Nicole's voice, and we're going to all go to Robin's channel and watch that because, and we're going to all lift her up in prayer because I feel like if we watch that, we're going to feel her mama's heart. And we're all going to just lift her up in our prayers. So if anybody knows Robin's channel, please put it up there because just because it's been a certain amount of time doesn't make that pain any less for the mother. It just doesn't. Like I said, I know I'll never be the same. There was my life before, and there's my life after, and there was Robin's life before, and there's Robin's life after. So let's just say that we are going to be Nicole's voice because she was a missing child at one time, and there were horrible things done to her, and she deserves her voice. So we definitely want to keep you lifted up, Robin. Oh no, is it causing a feedback or something? Um, I don't have any other tabs open. I don't know why it would be doing that. Well, I don't think it like I get with like it being fresh and all that, but I almost feel like, that there's a cocoon that God almost puts us in for a little bit. It's like a shock. I call it spiritual anesthesia. It's like a numbness sometimes. And then we have breakthrough weeping and crying, and we have to let that out. Somebody today on one of my posts said it good. They said, like, the heart valve is like a release almost for our tears. And it's like God is so good that He's only going to let us stretch what little bit we can at a time, and he's not gonna do it in a way I don't feel that it's just gonna completely destroy us. Like already we are enough. We're broken like Lolly's channel, Lolly Beautifully Broken, and I love that name because it's true. We're broken, but something good has to come out of it. And Robin, with what she's been through with her daughter, I know that she has a heart for these missing children. And she's right. Nicole will live forever because Robin is going to keep her name out there. She is living for her daughter. There's Miss Sherry. She found her way back up. Let's see. Hey, Miss Sherry.
Hello, but I'm still a black screen.
That's okay. You're light enough with your mouth and you're talking. You'll brighten it up. We're not even going to worry
My
about that.
mouth, what? My mouth and my talking. Is that a compliment or is that
It is a very big compliment. I
okay,
think
I
you've
thought
got such a bright, beautiful soul.
sold. Yeah, I have
Mm,
a good soul.
you
And
do.
that's always been my ideal in life is to have a good soul.
That's right.
Absolutely.
And
God
it's
bless.
bright and
God bless.
beautiful. And I hear you're
God
going to have
bless.
some company. I think y'all are going to have such a good time tomorrow.
Oh, I know it. It's going to be too good of a time.
It
I'm
is.
afraid.
I hope you'll be able to be with us for a couple of days after that. You might have too much fun.
I might. It's supposed to be thunderstorming, so we probably won't stay in the main part of the house. We'll go down to the briar patch.
Oh,
The
yeah.
briar, the briar patch is my little place in the basement.
Uh
I've
huh.
already told you about it.
Yeah.
We'll go down there, and that way I can smoke. The whole house doesn't smell like smoke and all that kind of stuff.
And y'all be safe
And
from storms.
yeah, I got 2 helmets and a bucket.
Well, that's good.
We're gonna make Chillbilly wear the bucket.
That's right. Y'all get to wear the helmets.
Bong, bong, bong.
Oh, y'all are gonna have a great time. I'm jealous.
Are you? I wish I could see you. I really wish we could get together.
We need.
You know what you said earlier. We're like twins, and about the time I want to say something, you bring it out before I do. You're
That's because
faster.
great minds think alike.
Well, you're faster than my great mind.
I
Your
don't think
great mind
I.
is faster than my great mind.
I don't think so.
Because you come out with stuff, and I'm just ready to say it. And all of a sudden, here it comes. And I'm like, well, shoot, there's no sense in saying that.
Well, we think alike, and that's why I say I think that would be great if we could maybe plan some kind of trip. I really am serious about that Myrtle Beach thing because I think that a weekend
Well,
would be fantastic for us
north,
gals.
north, Myrtle Beach. North,
Yeah,
north, north.
yeah, we're gonna
I'm
stay where the
telling
older
you,
people enjoy it.
yeah, we're going to stay where the elderly can
Yeah,
function.
and they got a lot of outlets up there and stuff like that up by in North
Yeah,
Myrtle up there, by
I need
Barefoot
some
Landing.
clothes. I
Yeah,
need
they
some
got some
clothes.
great outlets.
I've been wearing the same clothes for about 30 years. It's about time to change, don't you think?
I think so. I think we should like go and pick you some hip clothes.
So I can look like my sibling. She
Yeah,
tries to walk.
and
She
then what we're
turned
gonna do?
65. She turned 65 yesterday. We have no contact, so I didn't even wish her happy birthday or anything. But
Oh,
I remembered it. But
that's right. Me and my brother
but
aren't talking right now, but I still love him and
I
I
don't
remember his
speak.
birthday.
I don't speak to either one of my siblings. It's a sad story, and I don't want to tell you about it. I don't know how I ended up how I did, but I just did. I ended up totally different from those
Same
two.
here. Two kids raised in the same house, total ends of the spectrum different.
Well, like Meatloaf said, 1 out of 3 ain't bad. Oh no, Meatloaf said 2 out of 3 ain't bad, but
Two
I
out of
say
three ain't bad.
I
Well, even
say
one out
two.
of three ain't bad.
1 out of 3 ain't bad.
No. And that's what I say. Look, I mean,
I look when I look
parents
at
can do
my
the best.
parents. If my parents could see us, which they can't, which the Bible tells us that the people in heaven are blind to what's on the earth, and they cannot hear what's going on or see. And how would they be in heaven if they could see what was going on here? That is just the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Mm,
People say, well, I know my mother's watching me. Well, your mother's not watching you.
right.
Read the Bible. It tells you the
Right.
people in heaven are deaf and blind and they are without
Well,
sight.
the Lord, it says there's no tear. In Revelation 21, it even says there that He wipes every tear away from their eye. There's no tears in heaven, nor sorrow, nor death. So He's not going to let people see things that would hurt them and bother them.
Why? Of course not. It even
Right.
says it before that. I think it's in
Oh,
Isaiah.
it's all the way through the Bible.
I think it's in Isaiah
Yeah.
when I read
It's
that.
back in the Old Testament and the New Testament.
Yes, it is in both places.
And so we know that the Lord is, if it says that there are no tears in heaven, He's not going to let them see in this godforsaken earth what's going on that would hurt their hearts. No, but we will see them again, and that I do believe that they know who we are and stuff like that, and they love us still. They might intercede from time to time for us. We don't know how that works, but you know, I don't believe that that God allows them to see the bad things that happen down here. I just don't think that. I don't think. I think the Bible is pretty clear on it, and that's a good thing. I wouldn't want. In fact, I was saying, I think I was talking to my husband, and I might have even said it last night on Miss Daisy's panel. But if I could be and see what my son is seeing right now, and see all the marvelous things in heaven, I miss him so much. But would I be selfish enough to take him away from that to bring him back to this lays down here and make him go through that. And I would not. I would leave him there if I couldn't stay, even because, like, I would never take him away from what I can only imagine. We can't even fathom how great it's going to be. So I would never take him back from there. And I want him here so bad that it kills me, but I wouldn't do him that way. Let's see. Private Eyes Pal says, always LA. Hey, glad to see you. All of our dear friends are here. Yes. And Miss Sherry, are you still there? Oh, we can't hear her. Well, we can't see her now. We can't hear her. I hope her hearing aid is working. I look like teetotal HE double hockey sticks. That's why I've got my avatar on. At first I had it off.
Well, I don't care what anybody sees me as.
Oh, there you are.
I told Jinkies, I said, when y'all get here, I'm not doing a damn thing that I would not abnormally do anything I don't normally do. So
Well, now I'll sit
you
with my
walk in my
pajamas on when people
house,
come over.
you see what you get. You walk in my
Right.
bedroom, it's a hurricane room.
Mine is too.
I've had to use one hand. I got a table over here with all kinds of cords and everything else on it. It's just like poor Lola.
Well, with my heart, I'm stuck in my bed a lot too because I don't have any energy. And when I get up and even water my plants, I start sweating and get out of breath, and my blood pressure goes up, and I have to come back and sit down. And it's a hard place to be in like that. People don't understand. You take your health for granted.
Honey, it's not my heart like yours. It's my back.
Yeah, I remember you told me about your back.
Yeah, it's collapsing on me. I have no choice. I got 2 spinal tumors really close to my spinal cord, and they want to go in and take those out. And I'm like, no, I don't think so.
I don't know it. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I'm just gonna. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take it as God gives it to me.
Right.
I'm not taking any chemo. I'm not taking any radiation. If whatever I'm supposed to die of, it is His will. I am not going to interfere with it. Absolutely not.
I'm very similar. I've said that to my husband.
I will call it hospice, but I will die in my own home.
Right, that's what I am like. I'm so fearful of going to the hospital and not coming out.
I will not die in a hospital.
I don't want that either. I want to be at home. When I go home, I want to be at home.
Yeah, home is home, isn't it?
Yes.
Home equals home.
And if I die in my sleep, I want it to be in my bed. I don't want it to be in a hospital bed. And
me too.
I just kind of want it to be on my own terms, and I'm just not gonna. And that is poison.
Wait. You can't make it on your own terms.
Well, when I say my own terms, I mean I don't want to be in the hospital. I want to be at home on that kind of terms.
I know what you're saying, but you can't.
That's why I checked myself out of the hospital when I was in there. I was like, listen, that lady said, well, you could have a stroke or heart attack. And I'm like, well, if I do, then I'll be at home and I know where I'm going. But I'm not dying in here. And that's what's going to happen if I stay here, because y'all won't let me get no sleep and y'all won't let me get my blood pressure down.
When people put you in a rehab, they call them a rehabilitation center. You know what I call them? Being a hospice volunteer, I call them the dying farm.
Right.
That's where they put you when the hospital can't do anything else.
That's right. They put my grandma in there at the end.
Which is a dying farm. As soon as they get there, they'll die within 6 months. I promise you.
Well, yeah, because I mean, honestly.
How long was your grandmother in there before she died?
She's like 3 months.
Okay, I'm telling you the truth. I've seen it. I've watched it.
I think she gave up because she wasn't at home with her family, and I think it was she gave up hope. You have to have hope to want to live.
People at home where people can come visit them.
That's right.
We'll let them come in. They will keep you comfortable. You're not going to be out of your mind or anything like that. You'll be able to have. Look, my dad, when he was dying, he had 21 visitors on one Sunday. One Sunday afternoon, 21 visitors. He's lying in a hospital bed. He can't move a muscle, not a finger, not anything. And they're all walking by him like he's already dead.
And he can hear, they say that people
can hear everything.
Yeah, that's right. And
He
that's why
heard
you have to be
my
so
he
careful.
heard my brother steal everything in the house.
Oh gosh.
My brother, look, the coroner called me and said, your daddy has several broken ribs. He's got bruises all over his body. I said,
See, that's
why? He's
worrisome.
been in a hospice bed for 3 months.
Why
Why?
would he have bruises everywhere?
Because my brother was moving him from room to room so he could steal stuff where he couldn't hear it. That's
Oh,
why.
bless him. Oh my gosh.
Look, I've been through some tough crap in my life.
I tell you
I'm,
what.
I'm telling you,
I
I'm
believe
telling you,
it.
I've seen the worst of the worst of people.
I
I've seen
believe it.
the
Well,
best of the
listen,
best of people.
my own brother, my mama was sitting in her den, and my brother, he actually walked in their house. He asked for money. They said they didn't have no money. My daddy wasn't there, but he walked in the house, unplugged her TV, and walked right out with it, right in front of her.
Right. My
And I'm like,
brother,
what in the heck? Mama, you should have got up and
listen,
laid
Sarah,
his head
my
open.
brother went by with 2 or 3 garbage bags when my dad could still speak. He said, son, what's in those bags? He said, all of your clothes and shoes. And Dad said, why are you taking my stuff? And Steve said, well, you're not going to need it anymore.
Oh my goodness.
Then he was pulling up his socks and legs and showing us everything and saying, look, see how mottled he is? He's
Oh wow.
dying right in front of him. I mean,
And you can't say that kind of
I
stuff.
wanted to call 911, but I did not want my father to have to hear what
To
was
hear all
going
that. Mm-hmm.
on. He stole so much money from my father. He stole all the jewelry. He stole everything in the house, all the wedding bands, everything,
Oh my
everything,
gosh.
everything. He took my dad's morphine.
Oh
So my
no.
dad, so his last 2 doses, my brother left about 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. He said he gets one at 6, he gets one at 8, and those are the last 2 doses he gets. There was not enough in there to even give him 2 last doses.
Bless his heart. That is terrible. I mean, to steal a poor man's last morphine when he's passing away. That is heart. That's heartbreaking. But I can understand it because my family, seriously, I mean, my mom, she got her stuff broken too. My daddy, when he was drunk, my brother went and stole money in his house. He broke in, and I said I was calling the police department because he was trying to blame it on one of my kids. And I said, well, I tell you what, then I'm calling the police out here to get fingerprints. And I literally went by there, and my brother was there with the 409 wiping up all the footprints and stuff where he obviously went through the window. And yeah, stole every dollar out of my daddy's pocket. It was like over $1,000. It was like, I don't even remember, $1,500, something like that. And my daddy had just lost my mama. She had just passed away, and that's why he was so drunk. Not giving a reason or an excuse or anything. I'm just saying, I mean, an alcoholic, when they are faced with something like that, they're going to drink. And my poor dad, he would really drink until he was in a coma almost. Bless his heart. Um, Me too, Lana. I hope so too. Miss Sherry, are you there? I think we lost her again. Miss
I'm here.
Sherry, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
I think maybe the internet or something went out because we couldn't hear you.
Okay, am I here?
You're here now.
Okay. Well, anyway, all this stuff happens in your family, and that's why I don't have contact with my family
Same
anymore.
here.
I have my own family, so I got to choose things. I was born into that family. No, don't think my parents were bad at all. They were not. My mother is probably the 14th disciple. Seriously, I count Mary Magdalene as the 13th since I went to see it at the Last Supper, and
Uh
I saw a head sticking up beyond. If you look at the Last Supper very closely, you will see a dark-headed woman with her head just uh, between two disciples. Not
Right.
sure who.
But back then,
Anyway,
how they felt about women, but they would, they wouldn't put all that.
they were
But I
subservient.
agree. Yeah. But I agree with you. She definitely, Jesus loved her very much.
He loved her very much. He was his disciple. She followed
Exactly.
him everywhere.
And look, he
She
even
was at
chose
his
her,
grave.
yeah,
She
to
was
see he
at
was
his
risen.
crucifixion. She
Yes.
was at his grave. She was his disciple. And I call my mother the 14th disciple because she was the most pure
Godly
woman.
woman.
Oh, she was the most godly woman you've ever seen in your life. If I said, "Oh God," she'd say, "Sherry, I hope you're praying when you're saying that."
That's right. Well,
I mean,
you're
she
so
would
blessed
just,
to have a mama like that.
and a father.
Yeah.
My father taught adult Sunday school class for 35 years. He was an usher in the church. He was a deacon. He was a, well, I don't know if you're a deacon in the Methodist church. Whatever. He was a big
Whatever
wig
they
in the
are, the
church.
elders.
Yeah, he was an elder in the church. And anyway, his Sunday school class got so big that they had to move it to the little hall down there. What do they call that hall?
Like a fellowship hall.
Yeah, fellowship hall. They had to move his Sunday school class because he had so many
Because it was so
people in it.
big and they had to have more room.
Yes,
Well,
and
see,
that's.
look what you come from. Look at the heritage you come from. And you know what? The
But
Bible
look at the
says,
other two. What
but
is
that don't
wrong
mean
with
that
the
they won't
other
come home.
two?
Look, they might just be
Why did they
prodigals.
not? Why did they not get it?
Well,
I
let's
don't
just
get.
pray for the other two right now that these
I
prodigals are going
do.
to come home.
I
Lord God,
listen.
yeah,
I pray for them, Sailor, every
I know
night.
you
You
do.
don't.
I know
You
you
don't
do.
have to. I pray for them every
But
night
more prayer, it don't hurt to have more
that
prayers.
God temper their hearts and change their
Yes, Lord.
minds.
Yes, Lord. God, soften their hearts and like massage their heart of stone and turn it to a heart of flesh so that they can receive the word and not on a rocky
They're
path, but
too
on the good soil.
material. They're all material. They're all about material things. They're not about the soul.
Right. Well, we are more concerned about the soul. We don't
My
want them to
sister,
we don't want them to
my
sell their soul.
sister, my sister doesn't believe in organized religion. I said, okay, how about Jesus on the Mountain of Sinai with
Hmm.
thousands of people around? You don't think that was organized religion?
Right.
Do
Exactly.
you believe in the Bible? She
Well,
doesn't
even
read her Bible.
unorganized religion.
She doesn't read her Bible. That means she doesn't believe in church. She doesn't believe in organized religion, any kind. She just believes everybody all do their own religion. And that means people shouldn't congregate together to celebrate the same thing. And I don't agree
Well,
with
the
that at
Bible says,
all.
"Don't forsake the assembly."
Never forsake the assembly.
Right.
If there are people that come together, that I wish you could have been at the Christmas tree thing.
I do
That
too.
that was, I'm telling you, that was an assembly of God's people. I have never felt such peace. I walked into a group of people I have never seen in my life. Never, ever. And I felt such peace and such love. And nobody had to ask anybody to do anything. Everybody was asking everybody, what can I do for you?
With a servant's heart.
Yes, with the server's heart. That's
That's right.
exactly that's exactly right. That's a perfect way to say it.
And that's why you felt like that and felt such peace in there. Good night, Robin, honey. We'll be praying for you. I know
Robin,
you've been through so much.
Robin, when you going to Michigan? Ask Robin when she's going to Michigan for me,
Robin, when Miss Sherry said, when are you going to Michigan
because I want to make sure I light a candle and say a special prayer that day
for
for you.
Nicole?
I know for Nicole, but I'm asking when is she
No, I was
going?
telling her you were wanting to.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
for Nicole, she was wanting to know so she could light a candle that night. If you can let her
And
know that.
pray for you, Robin.
Yes, definitely.
I'm not praying for Nicole. I know where Nicole
We
is.
know, yeah, we know Nicole's with Jesus, but Miss Sherry loves you and she wants to pray for you on that night and think of you and Nicole on that night. And we know you love your little girl, and it doesn't matter how many years go by. That's your little girl, and she always will be. And you carry her in your heart. You carried her in
Do
your
you know
womb
what,
for
Sailor?
9 months. Uh huh.
When Robin wanted Dono first came on this channel, there were people that were kind of picking on her. I don't know. I don't think it was on. It wasn't on your channel. I don't think it was on Daisy's channel or
Wasn't on
Jinkies.
my channel. Mm-mm.
But I know. But there were people picking on her, and I was like, "Why are people doing this to somebody that's
Mm.
lost a child?
That
Why
is
are they doing
disgusting.
this?" I mean, I couldn't understand it to save my life. My whole
It's just
family,
evil. I
I
mean,
don't understand it. I can't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me.
why
How
people
you
choose to hurt people, and then out of, like I said, I hate to even mention it, because I do have another live tomorrow night that I'm going to talk about this, about PG and the way that she attacked all of y'all and my friends, because y'all are my family on here and I don't like
well,
it.
let's not bring it back up.
I'm not going to bring it
Say
back up,
I
but I am.
disagree. I disagree with this. I disagree with this. Let's not bring up
But I
past
was going to say
things.
that I did pray for her daughter, and I will still continue to pray for her daughter, because even
So
though
did
I
I,
don't.
and I pray for her.
Yes, I do too. I do pray for her. And I really mean that from the bottom of my heart, because
And
I don't want anybody.
I told her on one of the first lives I went on her channel, I said, I don't agree with what you say or the
Right.
way you speak your language. I said, but if I met you somewhere, I would be the first person that would give you a hug.
That's right. And especially going through things, with
And
her
I don't
daughter and
think
all that.
she'll
That's
ever
horrible.
forget that. I don't think she'll ever forget that I said that.
And I pray right now, even that her daughter is healing quickly, and that, that she doesn't ever have to experience losing a child, because I would never want anybody to go through anything
No,
like that.
nobody
And I'm
wants to
so
have to go through
thankful
that.
that her baby lived and that her baby is
No.
okay. And that,
Sayla,
uh huh.
you are such a strong woman. I'm so proud of you. I think you're the most. I'm so proud of you. Nobody, you are still in shock, my little sister.
Oh,
I
I
hate to
sure
tell you.
am. I know I
You're
am.
still in shock. You're going to be in shock for 6 months. I tried to narrow Daisy down to it the other night, and she would not come down to a specific amount of time. I guess that's because it takes other people acceptance right away.
Mm-hmm.
Like if your parents died and you've been sleeping under their bed or with them for a long time, putting suppositories up their rectum and stuff,
Yeah,
you
take
know
care of
that's
them.
that's coming. But it doesn't lessen the hurt anymore.
No, it still hurts.
But
My mom passed away at
but
52. I was
but
34.
a surprise hurt that is like uh that's like
A shot in the heart,
no,
literally.
it's more than a shock than the person who knew. I already had acceptance. Before my mother died, I went to grief counseling with a minister. He was a counselor,
Thank you,
also a
Vaughan.
certified counselor, for 6 months before she died, because I was grieving then. I was not. I wasn't going to grieve afterwards. I was grieving then for losing my mother and not seeing the person I know, and she
Right.
sure as heck didn't know me, and she didn't know herself in the mirror. She'd
Mm-hmm.
break everything out she could see her reflection in. It was really bad, and she was in good shape. She was 59. She could outrun me. I'm telling
No.
you.
Oh my
Uh,
goodness.
oh yeah, she's pretty tough.
Strong.
Oh yeah,
Say,
Cherokee
people say that
woman.
I'm strong, but I don't feel like I'm strong. I feel like in my weakness, the Lord is strong. Like it shows the Lord's strength in my weakness, because I'm going to be honest with you. Like if somebody would have told me this before my son passed away, I could picture
Is this
myself in
like
a
Is
hospital.
this? Are we still on Streamline, or are we just Facebooking?
We're on StreamYard.
Okay.
I I do have a Facebook thing that came up live tonight on my memory thing, and I'm gonna play.
It's
I am
just
gonna put it on there.
it's 10 o'clock where I am. So where are
It's 10
you?
o'clock where I am too. Well, it's 10:06
Okay,
according to my computer.
10:06. Okay.
We're on the
All
same
right.
time zone.
Yeah. Okay. At least we're in the same
We're
side
in
of
the
the
same
United
time.
States.
Yes, the East Coast.
Yes, we're on the East Coast.
That's why I say I live very close to Myrtle Beach. That's why I'm pushing for that.
Well, you come get me.
Well, now that's a bit far to come there
All
and
right,
come
let me
back.
tell you something. Last time I tried to rent one of those big old things, that's a pedal thing. I can't even pedal it. It's supposed to be electric. It has big old wheels on it, you know. Last time I went, every place I called, they had already been rented.
Oh, you mean the golf carts or you mean the dune buggies?
I'm talking about the dune buggy things with the
Yeah,
huge wheels that
the
I
fun
can
ones
just,
that go fast.
yeah, I can just push one pedal and not worry about anything else.
Mm-hmm.
I can get one pedal. Hey, wait, I just came up with an invention last night. I
Let's
came
hear
up
it.
with an invention so that I can drive. Okay, I need to get somebody to weld a piece of metal in between the pedal and the brake. Okay,
Uh-huh.
that way I can't feel either one of my feet, but
Neuropathy.
I can use, yes, I can use my ankles and the rest of my leg to push that one pedal as long as it doesn't slip over to the other side. And I can brake with my left foot as long as it doesn't go over to the pedal side. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
When I think about
So
it, they do make modified cars for little
I
people,
came
so
up
they
with
could
an
do that for
invention.
you.
I
They might
came
could do
up with
that
an
for you.
I came up with an invention. My
I think
dad said, "Oh, Sherry, why don't you just give in and pay for the hand stuff?" I said, "Dad, I don't trust the hand stuff any more than I do cruise
oh yeah, the kind of
control."
the hand stuff where you could do the
Yeah, I
acceleration
said,
and the brakes.
I don't trust that any more than I do cruise control.
Well,
I've
I've
seen cruise
seen
con-
them make
I've
the
seen
little
cruise
people.
control go out of cruise
Oh yeah,
control.
I've had mine actually accelerate without me touching it on the cruise control, like out of
Right, it'll
control, and
go
had to
up to
slam on my
100 miles an
brakes.
hour, and you're like,
Uh-huh.
"Oh, what the?"
What the heck? And I'm so afraid of those driving cars. You know, those artificial
Oh
intelligent
no, I'm
cars.
not getting one of those.
No, no,
No,
no.
no,
Even if I could
not my
afford
life.
one, I wouldn't want it.
No, even a flying car. Can you imagine getting a FUI? Can
No.
you?
Welcome, Patricia. Oh, Miss Sherry went out again. Miss Sherry, you there? Patricia's time zone too.
I'm
Oh.
here.
There you are. You keep going out. I
I'm
don't know if
here.
it might be the Wi-Fi.
No, it's because I don't keep my tablet going and whatever, and keep
Oh.
poking it or whatever I was supposed to do. But no, can you imagine having a flying car and get stuff for FUI, flying under
No,
the
I can't.
influence?
Yeah, and they're talking about these new flying cars now. And I'm like, what are we living in the Jetsons
There
time?
are flying cars
Yes.
now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what
Did
in the
you not
heck?
know?
No,
Have
I
you?
was first talking about the Tesla cars, like the Elon Musk, the Tesla
have,
cars. I don't even trust them things, much less no flying car.
yeah, we're the lanes up there anyway.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how
Is
they
it
gonna
going
be
to
able
be
to
like a
keep
boat?
control?
Is it going to be like boat courtesy? You know, go to the right, you meet somebody, you go to the right, and they go to the right, and there where you
That
won't
seems like it's
slam
just a
into each
mess
other.
waiting to happen. I'm gonna stay down here, my feet on the ground.
What you gonna do when you go in the grocery store? They're gonna be all these robotics put up
Oh
stocking up
yeah,
stuff,
that's why they got all
checking
this
out the
AI out now to
stuff.
get rid of the people. That's why they need to depopulate
And
us so
guess what? You think we're in a depression now? Wait till the AIs take over, and
and the dollar collapses.
There will be less people to do anything in the
Well,
world,
there won't
and
be jobs for
we'll
people.
all be starved to death because
Yep.
those people don't have to take days off.
They don't have to
Those
take days off. They don't get
robotics,
sick. They don't need to get
they don't get
paid.
sick. They don't have kids that get sick.
They don't
They
need to
don't
get
have
paid.
emergencies. I mean, seriously, you people, you better pay attention to me. I wrote a lot. I
I'm
wrote an
agreeing with you
essay.
1,000,000% because I know it's coming. I know it. I see it.
I know it's coming too. I've been watching it coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's
And
coming.
even that
They
Neuralink.
you remember the collapse in New York City on the thing that just happened recently? The
Oh, that
collapse on
building,
the
that parking garage
parking
that collapsed.
garage.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Do you know what they used to take out all the concrete stuff?
Probably.
AI robotics.
Oh, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Not a bit. And the thing is,
No,
see, they tell us.
I watched a picture of it.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's on the
And you
news.
saw it.
Yes, I saw it. And
Dadgummit.
these robotic things are taking out pieces of concrete, pulling out
Okay.
stuff.
And think about what's going to happen when they turn against us. You know what I'm saying? Because
And
it's
guess
going to happen.
what? You don't have to feed them either. They don't need any food.
Yeah, they don't require food. That's why, Mr. Gates of Hell is what I call him. Mr. Bill Gates of Hell. I call him
No,
the Gates
that's
of Hell.
not. No, it's not. No,
But
it's
he
not.
wants to do
No, it's
away
not.
with people.
It's Elon Musk.
Elon Musk too, yes. Elon Musk, I'm not even sure if he is a
Those
human.
things are programmed. They are only programmed as smart as humans are. Okay,
Right.
there's no way they could actually program themselves without human.
Well, input first. They have to have human input by coders.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. So,
But we don't know the people that are writing the codes.
If they become evil and they're sent out to rob people, they've even got AI women that are willing to do sexual things.
Yes, I've seen those. They have them for
Seen
sale.
those? And
Yes.
the men too.
Yeah.
They're robotic.
And it's almost like they're trying to take the human element out of everything.
Yeah.
Including relationships. Because think about it, that's the perfect narcissistic relationship, is it not?
Yes, it is. And guess what? They're taking the human. They're taking mankind.
Yeah, they're
away
taking the
from us.
humanity out of everything.
That's what I was trying to say. Humanity. Yeah. There will be no humanity. You'll go in the grocery store. Nobody will check you out except something scanned there and stocking the shelves and come up to you and say, "May I help you?"
Yep.
I mean, it's just
you're not even going to be able to talk to a person. Remember how whenever they started the robots on the calling people,
there will be no jobs. Therefore, there will be no money. There will be no food.
Exactly.
So,
and you can't talk to a human to reason with them because you can't reason with a robot.
Guess what I read also?
What?
That they're these AI things they're deciding on them by themselves, which they're not, but they're deciding that they're going to take all the dollars in the bank and change them into crypto currency.
I knew that was
that all the money I have in the bank will not mean anything at all.
Yeah, I had a dream about that, and I put it on my channel.
Really?
Actually, yes, I did.
I'm serious. I read that, and I'm not kidding you. I read this stuff.
Look up on my channel, and there's a picture.
Of people say, "Sherry, why do you keep reading this stuff and telling us about it?"
Well, because it's true, and we better be ready.
Because I live in this world, and
we got to be prepared. That's right.
I live in this world, and I want to know what's going on.
What does the Bible tell us? He said to be.
Well, does it upset you? I said no. It doesn't upset me. I just need to know what's going on.
That's right. It doesn't upset me or worry me because I know that the Father ultimately has me under the shadow of his wings, like in Psalm 91, or like all of them, like all them scriptures. Right. But at the same time, he tells us.
Oh, by the way, Sarah. The vulture. There are two types of vultures that are in our indigenous to our area. What is the bald-headed one I told you about that took the cat? I thought, but then
Was it
there
the red
is
tail or something?
no. It's not the red-tailed hawk. There's another vulture that is called the black. It's just called a black vulture,
Okay, see,
and
I think that's
it
what it
is
was.
it's the biggest wingspan,
Yes.
and they do. I researched this now, for I'm telling you, they do pick up live prey. Like I'm worried about Lola, they will stick their little talons in their rib
Uh-huh.
cage where they can lift them, and they have the wingspan that they can do. They can do the uplift and carry them away.
Yes.
And
I mean, like a wingspan
it's
of 4
not
and
the
5 feet.
it's not the turkey vulture. I
No,
thought it
that
was.
big black
It's
looking thing.
called the black. It's just called the black vulture,
And
and
that's what it was when I saw
it's
it. It was a big
huge.
black,
It's
huge
huge.
vulture.
It's
Yes.
about 3 feet high.
Yeah.
Its wingspan is about 6 or 7
That's what I
feet
said. It had to be a
wide.
5 foot wingspan, 5 foot from tip to tip of their wing. It had to be.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what it is because I
So I will
researched it.
never let my cats out ever again.
Now you
My,
see
my
why I
sweet
don't want to
Irma's
let
gone.
Lola out. I
I
can't
wouldn't let her
stand to
out
let
either.
Lola out.
No.
Lola's like 20 pounds, and that that anybody can pick up her.
Oh yeah. Even a small vulture could pick her up.
Yeah, it makes me sick. I won't let her go outside. I'd rather pee in the floor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm thankful, cats do use the litter box. So I think you can even teach dogs to do that. Like you can get like a little box and put like the grass in
No,
it.
you can't. Not with Lola.
She won't do
No,
it.
Tweedledee, Tweedledee, and Tweedledum already messed
Oh,
up
poor
everything.
Lola.
I had a broken leg, and I'm trying to train her, and they just took her away from me. Up to their room, fed her everything she
Oh, Miss
wanted,
Chewy.
let her do anything she wanted, and I couldn't get up. For 4 weeks, I could not even. He said, "Don't put it." I broke my fibula, the small
Yeah.
bone behind the big bone,
Yeah.
and it's a non-weight bearing bone, so I could not put any weight on it. And they pushed my wheelchair in the back of my bathroom, which is way far from me, and they left me here. They took my dog away from me, and
Oh no.
they gave her treats and everything to stay with them.
Which dog? The Lola? Uh-oh. She went down
So,
again.
no,
You there?
they were so needy that they needed
Oh my
my dog's
gosh.
attention, and so it was really sad. It really was. So that screwed up Lola. So
Oh,
now she
poor
thinks
Lola.
I know she knows better. She's got her PJs on right now.
Oh.
Listen to me, rubber. She'll growl at me. When
Will
she's
she?
dead yeah, when she's dead asleep, she can't stand for me to touch her.
Oh, she
She's
don't want
just
nobody
like
bothering her while she's sleeping and resting.
exactly. She's like Miss Daisy.
Last night, Miss Daisy was sleeping, bless her heart, trying to sleep through that whole live. Oh, we're like, Miss Daisy, are you okay?
I thought we did a pretty
We
good
did. We held it down good.
we did a good that gov job of that. I'll tell you.
We
We
did.
held it
Miss Joey,
down
we are
until
still
we
praying for your daddy. I'm so sorry. I meant to add him into that prayer. So, Father God, we pray for Miss Chewy's daddy right now. And we ask you to
yes.
continue to cover him, Lord, and help Miss Chewy have strength to get through what she needs to get through to help her daddy. In Jesus' name. People
Amen.
have so many needs. It's
Do
just
you
so.
know what? I just talked to Miss Chewy today, and I prayed with her on the phone.
Oh,
I did,
that's good.
and I love her little sweet daddy. He's precious. And I said, I'm just praying for him because I know how many people he's probably prayed for. And
Absolutely.
she said, you're right, Sherry. He has so many, and so therefore, uh, I'm going to the kitchen for a minute. If I lose you, and
Okay.
don't worry. I'll just take my tablet with me
Okay.
anyway.
Well,
Never
Miss Chewy,
mind.
you're staying with your daddy tonight, so he might wake up.
Yes, Miss
Well,
Miss Chewy. Miss Chewy is the most loyal, faithful daughter I've ever seen, and that's his only daughter. See,
Bless,
so
bless her. I mean,
she's a daddy's girl. Don't
that's
you
what I was. I was a
understand?
daddy's girl. I was the only girl, and I was a daddy's girl too. I know what that's like, Miss Chewy. My heart, mm, it's breaking for you at the same time. But we know that your daddy served the Lord, so we know what he's got ahead of him, and it's sad
I
for us
said the
down
same
here.
thing.
But
I said,
we
I
can
said,
rejoice for him, but we cry for you.
yes, that's what I said. That's
Well,
what I
again, we
said.
think alike. That's
Well,
called wisdom from us going through all we've gone through.
oh my gosh. I wish we could meet. Where do you live?
I live in South Carolina.
Are you serious?
I am.
How far in South Carolina? I'm in Northeast Georgia.
Oh
I'm
well,
about
see.
I'm about 70 miles from the South Carolina line.
Okay, then we're not far. We can make it happen.
Anderson? Uh
I live close to the capital.
okay.
Hmm. So I'm right in the middle of the state.
Got it. Got it. Got it.
So
Got
not
it.
far. My aunt actually.
That's not far.
No,
That's
at
not
all. No,
far.
she lived in Georgia, right across the line.
Honey, all you got to do to get to my house is come down to 85, and I'm 3 miles off 85. Seriously.
Well, we need to get our phone numbers from each other, get them
Yeah,
through Miss
we
Daisy or
do.
something, and then we
I
can
wish,
talk.
I wish we could get together. That'd be fun.
No, we will,
It'd be
because we
fun.
would have fun, because I know why we will
Who
definitely
lives
have
in
fun.
South Carolina that would like to come with you? There's somebody else that lives in South Carolina that's
I
not
don't
far
know.
from you.
I don't know.
No, they were saying I wish they could come visit. I'm trying to remember who it is. But there's somebody that's in Spartanburg, maybe, or somewhere. But I'm not far, really. I'm in Northeast Georgia, not in the Northeast corner. I'm right off 85, okay? 3
Right.
miles off 85.
Now
So
that's where
I'm,
my aunt built her place. She was right at the Georgia, like the first exit when you get to Georgia, when you leave South
okay.
Carolina.
Okay. Well, I'm farther down than that, but anyway, I'm in a place, if I told you, you would know it.
But don't tell it out here. So we'll get it.
I'm
We'll talk
not.
on the phone. We'll talk on the
What do you
phone.
think I am? Some sort of kookadoo
No,
or what?
no, I don't. But I don't trust. You know what I'm saying? You never know who's sitting back listening
Well, I
and
don't care
not
if they
joining in
are
our
listening.
chats.
Listen, if you're listening, just come see me. You be sure you knock on the door and announce yourself, because I'm hard of hearing. I don't hear the doorbell. You
That's
just
me.
better knock on the door or announce yourself, or well, let's
I've got
just
two
say
doors on the front of
let's
my house
just
and on the back.
let's just say I'm protected. That's
And
all
me
I'm gonna
too.
say.
Miss you and me too. And that's what I'll say. I'm like, well,
I'm protected. Don't even try.
uh-huh. That's me.
I
And
got
I
cameras everywhere. I got cameras everywhere.
and I've
I
got
got
a front door that goes on my porch. Then I got another door that goes to my house. So I keep both of them locked. And then on the back door, it's the same way. I've got a back door that comes off the carport that's locked. And then I got another kitchen door that's locked. So people have got
oh
literally get
hell.
4 doors if they want to get to me.
All my doors are locked. And I got a dog with really big ears.
Yeah, we got a
That's the
pit bull.
biggest. Yeah, this is yeah. But Lola, even though she's small, that's the biggest thing on her body is her ears. Hey, buddy, she can hear somebody pull up the driveway.
Oh yeah, some of the little dogs now they'll alert
And
you even
then
sometimes more than the big dog.
if somebody does, the camera goes off. Then
Oh yeah. Now I need to get me a ring
my
camera.
tablet will go off with Wise, and it'll show me who's in the driveway or what vehicle.
Right.
And that's when I get prepared. I get prepared first. I'll call 911 afterwards, after I shoot their feet so they can't even
Well,
get up.
that's what I'm saying. Look, I'm aiming for the man. I'm aiming for the man junk if they come in my house.
I'm aiming for their feet so they can just dance back out the door.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Well,
can just belt them up or wrap them up with zip ties or whatever I want
well,
to
let's put it
do.
this way. I'm just a squirrel trying to get a nut to move your butt to. That song. So that's what they'll get.
Yeah, that's another way to do it too. I didn't think about that, but that's a good way. You want to make a man back out of the house? That's a good place to aim.
You got that right. And they're not thinking about nothing else but getting to the hospital. I'm like, I'll blow your junk
Oh,
right off.
Sadie, we don't need to get together. We're going.
We'll be
If
like
we get
Thelma and
together,
Louise.
if we get together, bring bill money, okay?
That's what I say. We'll be like Thelma and Louise. God forbid they give us a convertible somewhere.
It's the Twisted Sisters all over again.
That's right. Except we're much prettier than Dee Schneider. Oh my goodness.
Nobody more than me loves to have fun. You know, I know my life on this earth is limited, and I'm going to have as much fun as I can.
That's what
And
I say.
that's what I say too. At this
Life
time
is
and
so
age,
short, it's just a vapor. And me losing
really,
my
I
child at him 31 makes me even want to live even more and have fun even more and live for him even that much
you
more.
need to, and that would be what he would love for you to do.
I
I'm
know it.
telling you, I never knew your son. But I'm telling you right now, from what I know of what little bit about his personality and how sensitive he was, and very sensitive, that
Yes,
he wrote a song and he wrote notes and stuff, I realized how sensitive he was. So
he was.
I think he would want you to celebrate life while
Oh,
you're
he
here.
would. You know, the
He
funny
would
thing
want you
is, he
to.
said, I heard, I was crying one
Well,
day,
you're
just
not
crying,
far
crying,
from
crying.
me, so get on
Oh,
down
I
here,
am.
sister.
I'm going to because I think we would have a good time. And I'm going to tell you, I could hear him in his own voice saying, "Mama, please don't cry. Now, Mama, stop it. Mama, stop it."
Mama,
Like I
quit
could
it.
literally hear it. Yeah.
Mama, Mama,
Yep.
quit it.
Yep.
Quit it,
That's
Mom.
exactly right. And you know what they used to laugh about me, and they used to say, "Well, when Mama dies, we gonna cremate her and we gonna roll her up in a blunt and smoke her." They used to pick on me and say that.
I think blunts are awful. That's a waste of
They would just
pot.
they would really do that. They were just
It's a
joking.
waste of pot.
They were
I don't.
joking, of course.
I love a cigar. You know, I love those little wine cigars or whatever they call them. I don't know what they call them, but they're
Oh,
little wine
like
flavored cigars
yeah,
with a
my
little
husband likes those
filter
little
tip.
Swisher sweets. They're like sweet with the white tip on them,
Yeah,
the
but I like
plastic
to smoke
end.
one of those every now and then.
I do too. They're real
I
sweet
used
and
to
they
go to
taste good.
karaoke. Yeah, they're sweet. They're wine flavored. And
Yeah.
I used to go to karaoke, and this guy always smokes. His name's Jim. He's dead now. He had cancer, and I knew it when he was there. He sang, "Come on, people, let's get together. Everybody get together. Let's love one another right now." He
Uh,
sang that every single time.
that's the
And
music I used to listen to with my mom and
and
daddy
he'd
all
look
the
at
time.
he'd look at me, he'd say, "Sherry, you want one of my cigars?" I said, "Well, do you
If
want
you
me to
got
smoke
one,
off yours? You want me to smoke off yours, or you want to give me one?"
right. You say, I'll either share yours or you give me a whole one.
Yeah. And he said, "I'll never let you sing with me. You can't sing." I said, "You want to make a damn?"
Bet on it.
Yeah, he said he got up there on karaoke, and the next thing I know, he stopped the whole microphone and everything. He opens the door and he said, "Sherry, get up here."
Y'all should have sang Islands in the Stream.
And we're singing, "Come on, people, come to get, the
Oh,
young
smile on
bloods
your
when they,
brother. Everybody
yeah,
get together. Try to
everybody
love
getting
one another
together
right now.
right now. Yeah, that's the way it used to be in the 60s, 70s. I don't know what happened to the
I was
world.
born in the 70s, so I missed the 60s, but I feel like that was when I should have been born because I was a hippie child from day one. I'm still a hippie child.
Honey, I'll tell you one thing. My mother brought me a new pair of blue jeans, and the worst thing I could have done to her is what I did. I took my dad's hole puncher downstairs in the basement, and I punched
Oh, no.
holes up and down the legs. And then I went to town.
Oh, wow.
I could walk to town from my house. Went into the whatever store it is, and I got these leather shoelaces, really long,
Oh,
and the longest pair they had. And I put them through those holes, back and forth, back and
I
forth,
see
back
now
and
what
forth.
you're doing.
And I tied a little bow at the bottom of my blue jeans. And my mother looked at my jeans, my new jeans she just bought, and she said, "What have you done?" I said, "Well, I just tried to
Create
make my
them.
jeans, make my
More
jeans a
creative.
little more different,
Yeah. You want
creative."
it, yeah, that you were creative and you wanted to have your own
And she
flair and
said,
style.
"Yeah," but she said, "You know that I just bought those." I said, "Yes, Mom. But I have to make them the way I feel like I would need to wear them." And she said, "Well, okay then."
Yep. I remember buying jeans back in the day, and you'd go and buy them, and that was before they started making them where they're half, look like they got holes in them and stuff. So you'd have to do them
Yeah.
yourself, and you'd have to rip them and shred them at the knees and other parts.
Oh, I'm not wearing that kind of stuff. I had to
I
wear that
did.
kind of stuff
And I
when I was a
remember
kid.
my mom was like, "What did you do to your jeans?" I'm like, "Mama, this is the way people wear them." And she's like, well, I can't believe that I just paid $70 for a pair of jeans that you just completely just could have been wearing
Destroyed.
out in the yard and crawled around on your knees. Your old jeans, if you'd have kept wearing them, they'd have done that on their own.
Oh my gosh.
And
You're just as awful as I am.
but I'm like, I
See?
have my own
What
style,
we
Mama.
do with our jeans, we destroyed them
You're right.
according to our mothers.
And I had
But
to wash them. I put the slits
according
in
to
them.
us, that was the cool thing to do.
Right. And I
See?
washed them things 100 times until they frayed right.
I
I was stylish before they even had that style coming in. I should have got some money back off that.
Let me tell you something. I quit going for style a long time ago. All my
Oh,
clothes are
now listen, I'm still
they're
stylish. Now I
they're
will.
tailored looking. They are any style at any age, at any time, at any era. I don't care if you took me to the next galaxy. I look fine.
Pretty
But
much everything I wear looks hippie-ish or bohemian kind of looking. That's just my style.
really,
And it
like,
always will be.
well, that's the way I kind of am. I'm just kind
So
of
I
weird.
feel like that style comes in and goes out and comes in and goes out, but it never really goes out. Like, I don't know if you've ever heard of Loose Lucy's. Like, I love that store. It's like a hippie shop. And,
Yeah.
you can get like the long patchwork quilt skirts that's got the little Velcro, to keep your secret stash in with the Velcro. And the hem stitched in.
You made that little inside pocket.
Yeah, that little pocket with the Velcro. I love my little plaid skirts. And they go, see, I like to wear them long down to my ankles. I like to wear them long skirts and dresses.
I bet you.
And then I come straight like Annie Oakley.
I bet
Nobody
you.
will ever see it.
You could shoplift more with the long skirts.
I'm so scared to ever get. I don't think I've been arrested one time, and it wasn't anything like I did on purpose or anything. And I had to spend the night in jail one time, and it was after I had my tubes untied, excuse me, and I was cut from hip to hip, literally with stitches, and they wouldn't give me my pain
Really?
medicine or nothing. It
Do
was
you
terrible.
have a belly? Do you have what's called a belly flap?
Yes, I do
that
now.
is-
I didn't until then, but I do now.
Well, when they cut the muscles,
It was
bilaterally
like a
like that.
C-section scar, yeah.
Okay.
But I had
Well,
3 children before that and still had
you
a
get
flat belly
you
until
get a
that.
belly flap. You get a
Yep,
belly flap, and
yep,
the muscles are not there to hold up the rest of your
that's
stomach.
right.
And
No matter
so
how
I've got.
thin you are, it don't matter. It does not
It does
matter.
not matter if you were 110 pounds. You still gonna have it.
Because my friend, she's tiny, she's real petite, and she's got a little belly flap because she had to have C-sections, and she still got that little belly flap.
I've got that belly flap because I had to be cut from hip to hip.
Yeah, I was cut from hip to
I've
hip
been
for
through
that.
a lot of stuff. I've been through a lot of stuff. We
I
need to
think
get
that's why I
together.
said we got to get together because I think we've both
We
been through a lot of the
gotta
same
get
things.
together. Come on,
Right
let's get
now.
together right now.
Right now.
I wish you could come tomorrow.
I
Uh,
know.
Cheekies and Chili's, it's coming.
Well, maybe they can make another trip again. I know that's a little further for them because they're all the way up in.
Well, it's not that far for you to come and
No, but
join
it's not
us.
far from me. But
No, but you can come and join us. What would be the harm of that?
oh well, we
I've got an extra bedroom.
well right now, unfortunately, we are down to one vehicle, and it's my daughter's. My Chevy. I got a 2021, and it's got all that new computer stuff in it. And my husband is having to run down the sensors. He's replaced one, which is it was over $100 for him to do it himself. And there's like 4 or 5 more he's
Oh,
got to
good
run the ones to
gosh.
see which one it is. I'm
That's
like,
why I've got. That's why I've got a 2010 F-150 4x4 Ford truck. Okay,
mhm.
it does have sensors in it too, but I do have something that doesn't have all that crap in it. It's a 1993 30-year-old Honda Del Sol Civic convertible.
Well, do you know what? That car will still run if we get some kind of crazy IMP attack or something like that. These new cars with these chips in them, they're not going to run if we get.
Hey, why don't you just get one of those cars that'll drive yourself?
Well, oh no, I'm not doing that. Now the car that I had before, I got my
Why
Chevrolet.
don't you
It
get
was
it?
just an old
All right, how about
van.
an electric car? You want an electric car? Where
Oh
can you
goodness
find the
gracious,
ports?
no,
Where are
no.
the ports? Where are the ports? Any
I've
gas
seen
station
some
you can
ports.
pull into? I'm
I've
telling you,
seen. I have seen
I
some
have not.
ports, but I'm
I
like,
have not
my
seen
goodness, look how
any
far you'd have to
ports
go. You'd be right
where
on the
I
side of the
live.
road somewhere.
Where I live, I have not seen one electric port. I don't care going to the doctor or back or whatever. I don't go anywhere. I'm right here all the time. I mean,
There's no way I could do electric
I
cars
am
because I'm bad on the gas.
I'm the keeper of the house.
Well, I'm thankful I do got a husband, and if I did not have him to do for me, I don't know what I would do. Honestly, I'm
Well, you
serious.
know what? You are lucky to have a husband. And I've been
Yes.
looking everywhere. I've been through Hot Dog and everybody else, and
Oh goodness. Well,
it
we got.
just can't
Well,
find
listen.
one.
When we get together, we'll get on that what is it called, our time, and I'm gonna do your hair and makeup because I'm a professional hair and makeup artist, and we gonna.
I don't want to be anybody but what I am. So
But
don't
that's
you
what
do
you
any
are.
profession. No, I'll just be myself.
You're just, I know, but you're beautiful. But look, it don't hurt to have a little bit of lure.
No, 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 no. That is not me. Sorry, you can't make me up and
Oh,
try
we
to
can
fix
have
my
fun. Come
hair.
on, we can have a girls' night,
Yeah, you
like
try it.
like a
Try it
pajama
with
party.
my hair. Have you ever tried it with naturally curly hair?
Oh yeah, I have naturally curly hair.
And guess what? The older you get, excuse me, I had to bite off a little piece of something because I only have one hand. Uh, the older you get, you start realizing you have alopecia. You
Oh
go,
really?
what? What? I never had that bald place in the back of my head before.
Oh dang,
What?
my hair. I just
I'm
cut
like,
about 6 or 7 inches off.
why is my hair starting to thin? And I remembered my grandmother, and she had a a bald place in the back of her head in the crown. And I thought,
Really?
oh my gosh. Is that from sleeping like that,
A
or what
certain
is
way.
it?
But now my grandma, they used to have those hairstyles where they'd go to the beauty shop once a week and they'd get it fixed and they'd
Oh,
slip in
yeah.
satin caps on and keep it like that.
my
And then
stepmother, my stepmother lives in assisted living. She goes once a week on Friday to get her hair done. They wash it and fix it and everything else, and she just loves it.
yeah, see, I used to have a lot of the little old ladies that would come in and get their oil.
Pedicure, all that stuff.
Because I used to own my own hair salon. So we
Everybody,
had the little old ladies.
everybody wanted to put me in assisted living. I was laughing so hard I couldn't stop laughing. They wanted to
I
put
don't
me in
think you would do
assisted
well,
living.
Miss Sherry, in assisted living.
No, I think I'd die or have to be
You
the.
need your own freedom. You need your freedom.
Oh yeah, honey.
You're like
Really,
Thomas Jefferson. What is it? He said, "Give me freedom or give me death." Was it? Give me liberty or give me death?
yeah. I just
Was that
can't
Thomas
take
Jefferson?
it. No.
Who was that? Abraham Lincoln?
No. Well,
Tell me,
not
you're the
Abraham
teacher.
Lincoln. Let me think about it.
My mind is not with us right now.
Just hang on.
Like
It'll
Elvis
come
has
out.
left the building,
We'll be talking about something later, and I'll blurt
and
it
it'll come
out
to you.
because I
That's
just
right,
remembered it.
and
Okay,
it'll come to you.
that's the way I am. I have to think about it.
And I'm the same way. Me and my friends will be talking about something, and it will
Look,
escape me.
don't try to put me some. Don't try to put.
Later
Don't
on,
try
and
to
then I'll
put
call
me
them back
somewhere
when we're
like
not
I'm
talking
a
no more,
jar
and
of
I'll call them
peanut
back and say,
butter.
"Oh, it was so and so." Like hours later.
Tell me you're gonna put me somewhere like I'm a jar of peanut butter.
Somebody said they're gonna put you
Good
somewhere.
gosh, somebody. Like a jar of peanut butter.
Oh heck
It
no!
only takes two family members. But guess what? You're not on my list that's in my doctor's office to even have my HIPAA information.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. You have to put whoever you want down
Family.
there.
So they won't be able to access my doctors. And both of my daughters, I told them what's going on about my family, and they said, I wouldn't talk to them
You too,
anyway.
Rowan.
I've known my daughters for a long time, and both of them have asked me, do you have any family? I said, yes. I have a bio family. They said, why have we never seen any of your family members? I said,
There's a good reason.
because I really don't have any. Then I broke into tears and told him the whole story of why I don't have any family
That's good.
members.
He knows.
And so I didn't want to say this, but I'm going to tell you why I don't have any family members. And this is
Right.
only, it sounds very pious. It sounds sacrilegious. It sounds righteous. It sounds, but I'm too good for them.
Well, look. Sometimes the truth hurts.
You know what
Because
I'm
it's same with
saying?
me and my brother, and I love
You know
him.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
do.
trying to say.
No, I
I'm
know
not
exactly
trying to
what
say
you're
I'm
saying.
better than they are.
No, I
or
know what you're saying.
anything. I'm just too good for them. They're
Right.
not the kind of people I am.
Right.
They're
Like, I'm
not
going to be honest with you. The last time my brother came over here, not that long ago, I love him and I love him so much. And I know he's lost right now and I'm praying for him. But he asked to borrow a lawnmower and he ended up selling it or pawning it for something. And like, it's not about the lawnmower because I can get another lawnmower. It hurt me that he would do that to me.
Honey, that's nothing.
But that's just the tip of the iceberg. And I was almost 9 when he was born, and I was like a second mom to him, and that's why it hurts so bad.
Yeah.
Because I looked out for him.
Yeah, I did too.
And it hurts.
I
hurt.
was the oldest. I looked out for
Me
both
too.
of
I was
mine.
the oldest, and I was an only child for almost 9
I took care
years.
of both of mine. Every time they had a problem, they came to Sherry first when they went
Same
to the
thing.
parents.
Even my parents, when they would fight,
if
when I was an
anything
adult,
happened
my
when
mom
my
would come live
parents
with me.
were gone, if anything happened when my parents were gone, it was my fault because I let them do it. And I told them I didn't let them do anything. And I said, therefore, if you think you should leave me with them anymore, I'm not the parent.
Right. Well, you know what? I used to sit in
told my
school,
father that.
and I would look up at the clock.
I stood up to him and I said, I am not the parent.
I never did that. My mom and
Don't
daddy,
put me
my
in
daddy would
charge
drink,
if you don't like what I did.
and I would climb in my brother's crib and bring him a bottle at night and soothe him and put him to bed and sleep in the crib with him at night. Because if my daddy would come home drinking or something, and then my mom would get in a fight with him, and I feel so bad because so many times I blamed my mama because she was the one fussing, but she had a reason to fuss. When I got older, I saw that. But I was a daddy's little girl,
How
and
could your daddy have been a preacher and been a drunk?
oh, my daddy wasn't no preacher. I didn't even go to church until I was 27. I got saved at 27 years old. I never went to church growing up. I was not
Wow.
raised in a Christian home at
I
all.
was 10 years old and I was freaked out by it. It just made I don't know. I've never had another feeling like that come over me in my life. It had to be the Holy Spirit. It was just making my body like I was just like shaking all over
Yeah.
inside. I mean, seriously, I remember the very day and the night and where we were coming home from and in the car and what car we were in and everything. I remember everything about it.
I was always, though, inquisitive as a child, and I would always go to the people in my family, like my aunt and my grandma on my mama's side, my maternal grandmother. She was a Christian, but she also hurt her back working in a textile factory and had back surgery way back in the 70s. And they used to, whoo, that surgery was horrific back then. I mean, it isn't no better
Oh
now,
Lord,
but
how muddy they. Oh Lord,
yeah, and she was only in her 40s. And so she
they
wasn't able,
put rods, and when I say
yeah,
rods, I'm talking about
yeah,
what do they call that stuff they use to make
t-
fences and stuff with?
like
I'm talking about
aluminum.
like big rods.
Yeah.
Like
And her back, bless her heart. And I was
that's
going
the
around the
only way
corner.
they. That's all the way they knew how to strap the spine
Yep.
together so it would hold.
So after that, she wasn't able to work, and my granddaddy was a mechanic. But now she loved the Lord, and she couldn't go to the church much after that. But still, I know she prayed for me all the time, and she's the one that I made the deal with when she passed away. If there was such a thing as a heaven, that she would let me know. And she literally came to me in a dream the night she passed away when I was 20. I was like 23, I think, years old. And she was like my second mama. I'm not kidding. Because my mom was 17 when she had me. So my nanny was like my home away from home. And since my dad, he like
Right.
chased the women and he was an alcoholic and stuff.
It
But
was it was your safe place.
yeah, it was. It was definitely my safe place. And I chose to stay over there many times over my own house until my brother was born. And then I always felt scared to leave him there because I know how it felt.
You didn't want the same thing to happen to him.
Right. I didn't want him to have to hear all that. So I would lay in that crib with him and just sing to him and rub his head and feed him his bottle. And I would sit in school looking at the time and could not wait until I could go home to make sure my little brother was okay.
Yeah,
So
I
now having
understand.
to leave him out there and just like he lost his wife and he's got 6 children, he don't have nobody right now, but God has to take him there. He used to be a missionary. He actually went to India 2 years in a row. And also I prayed for my little brother, and he did come to the knowledge of the Lord. And like I said, he was a missionary. He actually preached at the Taj Mahal. I mean, I've got pictures of him preaching in front of
Wow.
tens of thousands of people in India. And I don't know what happened, but something happened to him the second time he went. And he admitted, he said, that time I went for my own pride reasons and not the Lord calling me there. And something happened the last
Oh,
time. And when he got back, it has been turned up and it has been, whoo,
so
yeah, it's been bad.
he went for his own prideful reasons.
That's right. And he admitted it.
He
But
admitted it, and
the
now
Lord,
he's
listen, the Lord's faithful to complete the good work he starts in us. And that's what I keep praying. Lord, just keep working on my brother, even though he's out there right now and he is lost as a goose in a
yes,
snowstorm. But
yes,
Father, you know him and you know what he has to go through for him to
yes,
come to run to you. And sometimes
yes.
it takes those valleys in life to make people turn to the Lord again.
Right. Takes the valleys to make you want to climb back up.
That's right. And people have to get to their bottom sometimes to want to Call for the Lord to help them. In Psalms, you read all through Psalms, and in Job, think about all
Pray
the things
every
that Job
night
went
for
through.
God to help you. It is not selfish
Amen.
to ask God to help you to
Exactly.
become a better person. It is not
Amen.
selfish
No, it is
to
not.
ask for Him to help you be a better person,
I
improve your
ask
life.
Him to help me every
Whatever
day
you
because I
think
need
you
it.
need to improve on, ask Him for it.
And He will do it. It says in the Bible, it says so.
It's so easy. I
Yeah.
don't understand why people can't do this. It is so easy.
Because
Just
you know what? Some
back,
people are
lie
so,
back
they just won't even
before
take
you
a
go
free
to
gift.
sleep. You
The free
know,
gift that He gave us, they want to refuse it. They think they're so smart and they're educated fools because it says in the Bible, only a fool in his heart says there is no God.
I have an atheist who's a friend, but we don't even get even into it at all.
All you have to do is pray for him. The
We don't
Lord
know.
eventually,
We don't even talk about it.
right.
I don't talk
And
about
I
it.
had a friend that was a Muslim where I used to live, and I still have a friend that's a
We just
Muslim,
don't talk about it.
and we don't even. Well, we would talk about things sometimes, but we didn't ever argue about it. Never, never argued. We just would talk.
Oh, we never argue about it either because we just said today when he came by, he comes by to check on me every now and then. He said, "Well, you know how I feel." And I said, "Well, you know how I feel." And I said, "I know." And I said, "You know." And I said, "That doesn't keep us from being friends. That doesn't keep us from loving one another.
That's right.
It doesn't keep us from caring about each other.
We
And
don't all have to believe the same things to
please
love each
give,
other.
please give your wife a hug and a kiss for me." You know, I
Yeah.
mean, he just happened to be coming by my neighborhood or the road by my neighborhood, and he
And
said,
think about
"Stop in."
this: you don't even know what you could be dropping seeds for that man's soul later. That on his deathbed he could call out to the Lord.
That's true,
You
but
know?
I don't preach. I don't preach to him
No,
because
you don't have to. You don't have to.
I
Yeah.
can't. I can't speak to deaf and ears.
Right. That's exactly right. You can take a horse to water, but you can't make them drink, right? And the thing is, if
I
he
can't speak
knows,
into deaf and ears.
right,
I think Jesus said that. I'm not sure,
it's true. Yeah,
but
and also it
it's
says like don't
somewhere in the Bible. I cannot speak on deaf and ears.
right,
Nobody
and
who
that's the
has
truth.
because you don't have an open mind. You got
That's
to
right.
have an open mind about everything.
And the Holy
Even
Spirit is the only one
listen,
that can do that for
even
him.
listen to other people's religions. I've been around Muslims.
Yeah.
I've seen them roast goats and eat them. I've been to 31 countries in the world, and
Wow.
I'm telling you, I have seen all religions, been into all every kind of cathedral, every kind of a mosque, every kind of everything. And I respected their wishes and took off my shoes and did everything and prayed with them. But it didn't mean that I believed in what they believed. It meant I was praying with them.
Right.
That's all it meant. It did
Right.
not mean that
It
we were
don't mean that
praying.
you're agreeing with their religion. It just means that you're
I was
praying.
praying with them.
Right.
That's all I can say.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand that 100% because I have been in that situation many
I was
times.
in Istanbul. That's where I went into the mosque, the Blue
Y-
Mosque. It's
Yeah,
the
those mosques
most
they make
famous
like the
mosque.
women stand in one area and then the men stand in
Yes,
another area.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, and you must take off your shoes and you
Yep.
must have your shoulders covered and everything
You know what the
and
weird thing
everything.
is? At school, at church, it starts at
And
school. At church,
you must kneel down on the carpet and you must pray. And
right.
I did as they did. And I
Yep.
prayed my prayer while they
And they
prayed
prayed there.
theirs.
That's right. And I was gonna say, it's so weird that my mind wait a minute, I'm having a mind fog for a minute. Um oh, when you're like oh well I didn't even realize this, and I read it something about it in the Bible about standing on holy ground, okay, but I just have this thing as soon as I get to church I always wear slides because I throw them off as soon as I get there. As soon as I get into my chair I throw my shoes off and I go up to the front where I just go up to the
You do
altar.
that too.
I
You
do.
throw your shoes off when you're sitting in the pew?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord have
And I
mercy.
get up and I walk up to the front, and that's where I do my praise and my worship, because
That's where I sit.
I
I
was
sit
rubbing a
on the
man on the
first.
head. He had a
I
bald
sit on
head.
the first. No, I sit on the third pew,
I
and
sit
I
on the
have a
second
reason.
row, second on
I
the
sit on
inside,
the third.
because I
I
get
have a reason.
distracted from people in
I
front of
have
me,
a
so I have to
reason
sit
why I sit
close.
on the third row.
Well, probably so you could read the lips.
What?
So don't you have like hard of hearing sometimes? So if you sit close
Yes.
up, it's easier for you to hear what he's saying, probably.
Well, I sit on the third row because three's my favorite number. And if you go down in my basement, I have a big pink string stretched in a triangle, which is a Trinity, which is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, which is a triangle if you think about it.
Oh
So,
yeah. Well,
so I have my own way of thinking
I
about
actually
things.
love the number 3
I'm a
also,
nerd. I
and I
am the
love the number
biggest
7.
nerd.
I love the number 3, and I love the number 7.
Well, 7 is in the Bible. I don't know how many times.
Yeah,
Matthew? What is it? Matthew says what? Do not forgive your brother 7 times 7,
7
but
times
forgive
70.
him 7 times 70,
Yep, that's a
which is
lot.
490 times.
That's right. And the thing
See,
is
I
that
read my Bible, Sayla.
I know you do. I can tell, because you know what's in there. And the thing is, I got such a late start, Miss Sherry. The first time I ever read the Bible, I was 27 years old.
Wow, I was. Oh gosh, before I started school, I could read a little out of the Bible and the newspaper. I went from first grade to third grade because they said I didn't need second grade. I had holes all in my paper in the first grade because I kept just doing
Take
whatever I was supposed to do over and over and over. So I had holes in my paper.
Oh gosh, because you'd get finished and you just kept on.
I thought I was going to die of boredom.
That yeah, they needed to push you on up.
They did.
Oh, Rowan, that's so sweet. I tell you, prayer and praise, there is nothing like it. And think about this, when we're going through the hardest times of our life, we need to praise the Lord, even when we don't feel like it. Because I'm telling you, the whole atmosphere will
Amen.
change
Amen.
when you put praise
Amen.
on. Think about
Amen to
Jericho.
that.
They sent the praisers out to Jericho first, and that is what brought the walls down now. So we have got to
Yes.
praise the Lord. That is a warfare weapon. So when the enemy
Yeah.
comes after us, put on that praise and
Yeah.
worship.
Yeah.
He'll
You know
run.
what?
He will run.
Some people, I've had people say, well, I'm going to get you. I said, who? You in Pharaoh's army?
Right.
You know?
Remember what happened
And,
to
and
him?
they
The
don't
sea
know,
fell in on him.
they don't know about Pharaoh's army, but I do.
Well, the whole
I know when the
Red
sea
Sea fell
was,
on top of
I
him.
know when the sea was split in two
That's
by
right.
Noah. And I know that when Pharaoh's army came after the Israelites, the sea closed in on them and they drowned. I know all about that stuff.
Amen.
I'm so old that I know so much. But the things that I know are good things. They're not bad things.
Good
I
wisdom.
don't fill my mind with junk and
That's right,
the
because junk
bad
in and junk out.
the bad words and everything. I don't want to
Mm-hmm.
live my life that way.
No.
I've walked out of a movie before because they said the F word in the first like 17
Oh, yeah.
seconds.
My
I've
husband was
walked out of a
watching that
movie,
show.
and I went with somebody and said what I'm saying. I said, "Well, I'm sitting in the car."
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm the same way my husband. Now, listen, that don't mean I don't drop a
People
bad
don't
word.
understand that. They think I'm some sort of weirdo.
No, but my husband, he was watching this show, and what was the name of that
Okay,
show, honey? That I didn't want you to watch no more because I couldn't take the words. Oh, it was called
well, I
Yellowstone.
can't watch. Why do I want to feed my mind with that kind of crap?
And every other word was F this, F that, F this, and GD. And I cannot, oh my gosh. If I hear somebody say GD, I want to crawl under the bed. And my daddy used to say that all the time. And I was a little girl, and I was not even in church. And I would go to my daddy and take his hand, and I'd say, "Daddy, please don't say GD." I would just, it would make my heart cry.
Oh
I
my
was such a
gosh,
sensitive child.
Sayla, you come here and see me and bring your husband, bring that old dirty husband with
I
you.
will. And he has a song. Listen, he wrote a song for our little girl when she was a toddler. And I will play it actually if you want me to. It will make you cry. And I sent it to Don and
No,
Candace.
let's not make us cry tonight. Let's try another
It's
night.
so sweet though, and it talks about, because he did not have a father that raised him. My dad, actually, when he and I got together, we were like 21, but we were best friends in high school. So he used to come over to my house way before then. Like, he was at the hospital when all my kids were born. He was in my first wedding. We were best friends like since like 10th grade. And he sat
Oh
beside me
my
and cheated off my
gosh.
paper in class. And the Lord ended up where we just ended up together when we were 21. And he raised my older three children like they were his own. My son that just
Wow.
passed away called him daddy, and he wrote him a song too. I think I put it down under my on
How
my
precious.
page. But yeah, man, I'm telling you,
Precious.
like my
How
kids, they
precious.
say that is my dad. They're like, and they
Well,
say
of course he is their
they
dad.
he loved us and cared for us, and he didn't even have to. He chose to do it. And they said that makes even so much more special to them. And then we were so fortunate that I had my tubes reversed, and we had our one little girl together. And God, it took 5 years, but 5 years to the day of the time I had my tubes reversed, that was her due date. 5 years to the day. And that's another testimony. I'll get in that another night, because that is a blessing. My whole church was praying for me to get pregnant, and we had honestly done everything we could do humanly possible, and it was God. I'll just go ahead and tell it. there was a He was an evangelist, and he came to our church, and he was from Alabama. He had no clue who we were, and he came to church, and he said, "You know what? I had a whole sermon prepared last night that I had gotten together at the hotel, and on the way to church today, the Holy Spirit spoke to me and said, somebody in that church has been struggling with infertility, and I want you to preach on Rebecca. I think it was Rebecca and Sarah in the Bible, and or Hannah. It was Hannah and Sarah in the Bible." And so he came to church, and he said that. He goes, "I had a whole sermon prepared, but God changed it on the way to the service." He said, "There is somebody in here today that has been struggling with infertility, and I want you to come." And as soon as I heard that, I was up out of my seat and up at the front, standing beside that man. Like, that was the hem, like the woman grabbing the hem of Jesus's garment, like the hem of his garment. That was my moment, and I knew it. And he literally said, "Okay." And he put his hand on he said, "Can I touch your belly?" I said, "Yes, you can." He laid his hand on my belly, and he prayed right there in front of my whole congregation, who knew we had been trying to have a baby and gone to fertility doctors and everything for 4 years at that time. And literally, he prayed for me, and I found out after a test. A friend of mine came to me and was wanting to have an abortion, and the Lord had given me a poem about abortion and what if Mary had a choice, and it wouldn't have been the same choice. And she read that, broke down crying, and said she had to have the baby. She couldn't have an abortion, because I told her I would adopt the baby if she had it, but just please don't have an abortion because of my forced abortion. I have been a big pro-life activist because I was forced to have an abortion when I was 15, just the week of my 15th birthday. So, all that to say, the Lord blessed me like literally the month after that happened. So it was like 2 or 3 months after the pastor came, that evangelist came, and a month after that woman came to me and said she was going to have an abortion. I talked her out of it, and we weren't even that good of a friends. But the Lord said, This is what you're called to do." So I let her come over, and yes, she had that baby and another one after that. And I found out I was pregnant a month. It was a month later, because our babies were due a month apart. That's right. And that her daughter was ended up being in one of my daughter's classes in elementary school. I'm pro life. Yeah. privatized, very pro-life. My parents both forced me into having an abortion, and it wasn't necessarily I thought at that age I could take care of a baby. I had family that lived in California, so I begged them to let me go out there and just have the baby, give the baby up for adoption to a good family, and that I would not say a thing about it to anybody because they were more worried about appearances, and also I was in pageants, and so that would mess up that and modeling. So, yep. But I'll tell you, the enemy picked the wrong one to come after because I can name 20 names off the top of my head right now that kids that are alive because of the testimony. So my little baby, my little girl, who I actually allowed the Lord to name because for a long time I never named the baby because I wasn't sure if it was a boy or girl, and I was thinking it was a boy, and these boy names just were never right. So one day on my way to the state house, and we were champion for the heartbeat bill in our state, I went to the Capitol, and I ended up being interviewed by Fox News. Like the Lord always gives me a platform everywhere. I've spoke at the Customs House in Charleston. I've spoke
I'm
at.
here.
Oh,
I'm
are you
here.
there? You back
Listen.
up. I was talking about what
Yeah,
happened with my
I
baby.
just lost a cigarette in the bed, so I just found it. Never mind.
Oh, well, I was just
It,
saying that, like, whenever we were going up there to the state house and we were
it
championing for
wasn't
like
in the
the
bed.
heartbeat bill, and the Lord was good enough to give me a platform to talk about that. So, like, anytime anybody comes to me and tells me they're going to have an abortion, I always sit down and tell them my testimony. And every single time they've chosen life, every single time, and
Wait a minute.
I always offer to adopt the baby if they can't keep it.
Wait.
Always.
No, I
No,
disagree.
well, I can't help that, but
I think
because of what I've been
I
through,
think abortion is necessary with
no,
rape.
no.
Multiple. How about multiple rapes? You don't know who the father is. You
I
know
still
what? You
don't think
don't
there's
know
a
what.
reason. I don't think babies deserve the death penalty because somebody else did a crime.
Only very quickly. As soon as you've been raped, they've done the rape kit. And you know you've been multiply raped. I
Not
think
only that,
yes.
the instances of
It's not
actual
even an
pregnancies from
embryo
rape,
yet.
the
I'm
instances of
sorry.
actual rape, but I'm talking about that. It's not even about that
I'm
anymore.
talking
It is
about
so
multiple
far past
rapes.
that
I'm
that
talking
they want
about
to give
multiple
abortions to
rapes.
people that are even in their ninth month of pregnancy, like
No, no,
partial
no, no, no.
abortions.
Not even your first trimester. I'm talking about the first.
Well, here's the thing: there's something that they can give people. It's called, um, whenever you go into the hospital, and if you've been raped and you've gone to the hospital, they can give you medication that you can take if that's what you choose to do. In my opinion, I believe that conception begins, when the egg and the embryo meets. But I can see where people can say, before there's heart. But see, my thing was we were fighting for the heartbeat bill. That means once there is a heartbeat, you know what I'm
There's no
saying?
heartbeat. There's
No,
no
no, I said
eyes.
once
There's
there
no
is a heartbeat.
pill. There's no. It doesn't even look like a tadpole.
But if
Some
that's
people
different,
have
that's a
to.
pill that they can give
Some
women
people
after a
have to
rape.
have this done. Some people have to have this done if they've been multiply raped.
And I have
Date
been
raped.
raped. I've been raped at a party and I was drunk. And that don't give people the
So
right to
I
rape me.
wasn't drunk. I wasn't drunk. Okay,
And
I'm talking about myself. In
well,
case
here's the
everybody
thing.
hadn't figured
I
this out.
I think
I
that
was I was slipped a Mickey, and I don't know how many men raped me, but I know the next morning I was torn all to pieces. That's all
well,
I know.
but if
And
you did you go to the
I
hospital?
knew, I knew. Yes, I did immediately. And yes, it was rape, but they could not. There was too many people that they could single it. So I knew immediately. Immediately, the first thing I did was I called the hospital that was bombed, Northside Hospital in Atlanta, and I said, I need to come in. I've been raped, and I went through 5 different counselors to make sure that this is what I wanted to do. And they showed me this stage, and there was nothing, no eyes, no heartbeat, no
Well, that's
tail,
see, and I can
nothing.
understand that
It
in
was
your
just
situation,
it was 2 cells just kind of stuck together, and
but
nothing
that was
developed
very
yet.
early,
But
early.
I caught it very early
That's what
because
I'm trying to say. That's different. When you go to the hospital and you've been raped and they can give you something that keeps the, you know what I'm saying, keeps it from implantation, kind of like an IUD would do. That's birth control, you know. Um,
not then, not then they couldn't,
well,
baby.
not back. I don't know how long ago that was, but I'm saying that nowadays there is a medicine these days.
Let's see, that might have been 43 years ago.
And my thing is this, okay? I do feel for any woman that gets raped. I do. But I also know of what, because I've been raped. I
Never
did not get
told.
pregnant. I didn't get
I
pregnant
did
from that
not
rape.
tell anybody about that because I took my sister, who was 21. It's 11:11, but you know what? I see these numbers all day long.
I do too. I have a video about 11:11. I do.
No, it's not just that. I see 111, 222,
I do too. And
333,
444.
44,
Yep.
555.
I have a video about 444 too. About the Lord gave me a word, and it was like 444.
What is it? I went to look. I researched it. It just said they're angels, but I don't know if they're angels telling me good stuff or bad stuff. They're either
Well,
coming to.
when I looked up the
I
444,
guess if angels are around you, they're giving you good stuff. They're either
well,
gonna
that
take you.
444, when I looked
They're
that
either
up, it
gonna
said it
take
had
you
something to
away to
do
good
with the
stuff, or
Messiah.
they're gonna leave you for good stuff.
I think it must be good stuff because that when I looked up the 444 in the Strongs, it had something to do with the Messiah, Yeshua. So I was like, well,
Yahshua,
yes, Yeshua,
Yahshua.
which is
Yeah.
his, of course, his original Hebrew name.
I
Everybody,
have never had a tattoo on my body in my life, but
me either.
if I were to get one, that's the only one I would get. On me is Joshua.
Well, I'm gonna say I've been thinking.
Or I would do the Hebrew fish thing.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Well,
you know.
my son, I'm thinking about getting Forever 31 put over my heart with these angel wings on the side, and like the side of each heart being broken on each side of Forever 31, and then put his name down below that and the date of his birth and the date of his going home, and right over my heart. So
I
I
don't
think,
know. That's very painful where you're choosing it.
oh, I've got huge boobs. It'll be fine.
You got huge boobs. Well, thank you
Yes.
for telling the whole universe.
All they'll get is a bunch of tissue. Now, my daughter's boyfriend, he had a thing on
I
his
bet your
rib cage.
mammograms. I bet your mammograms are fun.
No, they're not fun at all. Woo!
Hey, you ought to have little boobs.
They hurt.
They gotta pull your chest wall out, man. By the
Yeah,
time
that's
you
what I
leave
can't
there,
imagine if people have the
you
itty
feel
bitty
like your ribs. By the time you get out, you feel like your ribs are broken. They're like,
I'm
"Ma'am, can
like,
I get that? Can I
can
get
I
that
get
boob
my
out?
nip? Can I get my
Can I
nip
get
back,
that?
please?
No, can I get that boob out from under that armpit, please?"
Oh gosh. I'm like, look, y'all stretch me out like a bunch of
Telling
tube
you,
socks. What have
I'm
y'all
gonna
done
tell
to
you
me?
something. When you get old, women, your boobs are gonna go east and west. I'm just telling you.
Right. They start getting very bashful and they start looking
Yeah,
downward.
and you gonna be sleeping on them soon.
You'll find one under your arm, one up around your
Under
neck.
your armpit. You say, why can I not sleep on my boobs under my armpit?
I use mine for flotation devices if I get in a situation.
I'll tell you another thing about older women. You start getting sparse as you get
Yes.
older.
Sparse?
Yes, sparse. Sparse. SPARS.
You mean down below?
I didn't say where. I just said
Are you talking about going down south of the border? Sparse.
He started getting sparse. Looks like it's been plumb worn off, but it's not.
Right.
It just
Like,
starts falling out like the rest
like
of
who
your stuff
been cutting
does.
my grass?
Yeah.
A friend of mine, she has a tattoo.
Uh,
Speaking of tattoos,
who
it's a
is my
tattoo
best?
of a lawnmower and Tweety
Who
Bird
is
right
my
beside
best?
her leg, right there.
Who is my best friend that has a bush hog? It gets sparse on the top and on the bottom. Everything's just like a bunch of Spanish moss.
Well, the only good thing about it is you don't have to shave your legs as often. Now listen, these days,
We don't need to
everybody.
get together. If we get together, you better bring some bail money. I'm just telling you.
Oh, I will. Believe me, I'll have that prepared. I'm telling you. Listen.
I can't believe you'll have to fly from Columbia, Washington.
Oh no. I'm right above you. I'm right above you.
Okay.
In the old state of South Kakalaki.
I don't know.
South
But
Carolina. I live close.
Can you speak Gucci?
Geechee. Actually, a friend of mine.
You been to Charleston?
Oh gosh, yes, I love Charleston. I stay at Charleston all the time. I go there every chance I can get. We're fixing to go there very soon, in about a week for our anniversary.
Beautiful town.
Love it, love it.
Few grocery stores, but beautiful town.
Oh, I love Charleston. In fact, our anniversary is the 28th, which is tomorrow, and actually it's in less than an hour. We'll be married 28 years and
Wow.
40 something minutes.
Who the hell can stand you that long?
He's a good patient man.
I need to speak to that patient man. He needs to be commended.
He is, and let me tell you something. And me too. I've had to have the patience of Job because he didn't have the right upbringing. And whenever we got married, I had to straighten him out.
Did you?
But
I've had to straighten many people out. This kind of
that's
hard
okay.
job
Look,
to do.
and he's like, I am so thankful. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because God prepared me for this man. He really did, for what he had been through in his life. All those Psychology Todays that I got from the time that I was 9 years old, every month that I couldn't wait for them to come in the mail, and I thumbed through those Psychology Todays.
You are a nerd.
I know it. I can't help it.
I was a nerd in high school. I was not outgoing at all. I was
studying Psychology Today since elementary school for the 5th grade.
I've studied psychology all my life.
Yes. I used to want to be a forensic psychologist.
I read people, and it won't take me more than 3 minutes to look at you and figure out who you are and what you are.
Yep. And
same thing with animals. I can look at them too.
Oh yeah. My cats. I'm very close to my cats.
Oh yeah, cats. I can tell immediately.
And my cats.
I know all their motions. You know, the swishing of the tail and their ears laid back and everything else. I know. I watch body behavior. That is one of the best courses.
Well, it is. Even if you watch the true crime.
That was one of those courses that we non-teachers took during the summer when we just got the summers off and just had fun. That's one of those courses that I chose. We got to choose, and I took body language, and I'm telling you, that was one of the best because we had a officer.
Well, you learn how to read people. That'll help you in a lot of ways.
Oh, yeah. They told us how to read people and animals and dogs and everything.
Yeah.
They brought in dogs. They brought in different people we'd never seen before. And and we would write down how we sized them up just in the few minutes they were in the room, and then put them out of the room, and and we went over it and over it, and I'm
And think
telling
about
you,
this. You can look at
that
people, like you
was
said, in the eye, like that Evelyn Boswell, that dead look in her
yeah.
eye.
You better look people in the eye.
Yep. The
That's
eyes are
what
the
I
window
tell
to
my
your
kids.
soul.
I
Hmm.
tell my kids, I said, don't you ever hang your head down, because you better hold your chin up. You better be looking somebody in the eye,
That's right.
everybody,
You look at people in the
adult
eye.
or your friend. It doesn't matter who it is, your classmate. Look at them in the eye,
That's
especially
right.
when they're speaking.
Correct. I've taught my children the same thing. Now we
If you're
see,
not looking them in the eye, you're not listening.
and I always made, and when they were little, I would always take them by the little, you know how you hold them under their little chin, you know, and gently just guide their face to look at
Yes,
me in the eyeball. And
yes,
I'm like, look at me in the eyeball, because I
yes.
know that they're going to pay attention to what I'm telling them. I'm
Right.
talking about, 4 or 5 years old, when kids get
They
to be a
need
little
that touch.
rambunctious.
They need the touch so that
That's
they
right.
know you're
And it's a
serious.
gentle touch, and it's just like, look at mama. Now listen, we're not going to climb on the refrigerator anymore, right? We're not going to be doing that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I had some climbers. Like
Oh my
rugrats.
gosh.
Like the rugrats. That's what my
On
husband used to
Saturday,
call them
listen
when they
to
were little.
this. Sada, listen to this. My daddy, we lived in a very poor place. My dad just rolled the paint on the floor, enamel paint on a basement floor. My house we lived in. All I can remember
I don't
about
blame
that
you.
house is I don't know where I slept or anything about it. I remember looking at the chickens in the backyard because I burned my hand on the stove looking at them. But
Well, we always remember the traumatic things, don't we?
yeah, the first memory of my life is by being stuck by a diaper pin.
Ow.
My dad was changing my diaper. I know that for sure.
Back
And
when the safety pins, little things were
they're just
not the
safety pins,
tabs.
but with a plastic top
Yeah, with the
on them. They're
plastic
called
top on them, they were bigger, a little bit
yeah,
bigger.
they're
Yeah.
really safety pins. They're called
Yeah.
diaper pins.
Yeah.
Look how far we've gone.
We sure
But
have.
look at our trash dumps.
Look at our
Look,
landfills. I
listen.
know a lot of women who've gone back to the
I'm a
cloth diapers that
re.
have the
I've been
Velcro on it.
doing
They just
this.
wash them.
I've been doing this since 1970s. I have reduced and I recycle, and what is the other thing? Reduce, recycle, and
Oh, that's sweet,
whatever.
zigzag.
I do all of that. I've been doing that since the 70s.
Well,
We
that's
have
good.
we have a recycling bin, Sailor, and it's so wonderful because everything, 100% of it, it's a
Goes to
pink.
repurpose.
It's what?
Go to repurpose it. In other words, like reuse it again to make it into something else, so we
No,
don't have to.
yeah, but look, our pink recycle bins that go out in our neighborhood, everything we put in there goes 100% to breast cancer research.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, wow.
So that's why I do it.
My grandma and my mama both, my grandma and my aunt both had breast cancer back in the 70s. It was in the late 60s, early 70s, and they both survived it. And back then, now that was pretty miraculous. Now these days they've come
Well,
a long
I,
way.
yeah, I'm glad they do that. That makes me feel good. I've been doing this all along. A long time ago, I used to haul all my recycling stuff to the recycling centers, and now I don't have to do that anymore. I have somebody that will take it, and that's what they're using it for.
Well,
They're a
that's a
pink.
blessing.
They're a pink garbage cans with the breast cancer.
Oh my
You know,
goodness, that
it's
is
just wonderful. It's
that is
wonderful.
wonderful. Even that they have it the pink, because the pink ribbon
I
and all
know,
that.
and everybody that comes to my house, they throw a plastic water bottle in the garbage can. I say, would you please take that back out? And they say, why? And I said, I have a good reason. Would you please?
I'm the
And
same way, Zigzag.
I'm
She said she
sorry.
was. No, I was just reading what the chat said. She said that sometimes it's hard to feel for a lot, and then like when you can be around evil people and you can feel that on them, how that's hard
Oh
sometimes.
yeah.
Yeah, like what we were talking
Oh
about when
yeah.
you're
I
around
can
people
read
like that.
people. I
Yeah,
can feel the aura of people.
yeah.
I'm
And
an
you can
empath.
tell because it'll either I'm an empath, and I can I literally if I walk in a room, I could
I
have
can
my
feel
eyes
everybody's
closed and I
feelings.
could tell you what kind of place that we're in, if it's good or bad.
That's right. I'm gonna tell you what you are, and you will have to research this. I think you're a coyote.
What is
A
that now?
coyote. Coyote.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Okay, I'll spell it for you. Hyote.
HUI.
Coyote.
Does
Empath.
that have
That
something to do
is
with Native American?
that. Yes, it
My
is
okay, my great grandmother was
most.
100% Cherokee, 100%.
Okay,
And when
so
she passed
okay.
away, listen,
My whole mother's side is Cherokee.
well, that's
My
on my daddy's
father's
side, but then I
side
got
is from
Cherokee on the
Cage.
other side.
My father's side is from Cage Cove, John Oliver's cabin.
Hmm.
That was my grandfather's uh, great great grandfather.
Well,
Okay,
my great
all of
grandma.
those people in there in Cage Cove are from my paternal part of the family. All of my
Yeah,
maternal
that's
part of the family
paternal on
are
my side.
Cherokees. They're
Yeah,
Cherokees, and they are mixed with some. Some are mixed with white settlers, and some are not.
same
And
here. My grandma, she married a white Englisher. He was from Ireland originally,
yep.
but he came in through Virginia, and our upper family, and
Hmm.
so my great grandma, which was my grandmother's mother, and my grandma was half Cherokee and half the Irish.
Oh
So
my God.
they had 10 kids, and they lived up in close to Clemson, where Clemson Tigers play. They live
Yes, I
up,
do.
yeah, they lived up in that area, and her house looked just like the Waltons, exactly. My granddaddy built her, and she came off
So did my mother's house.
my grandma, she
She
came
grew
off
up in.
the reservation there.
Well, you know
She
what?
she lived on the reservation
But
growing up.
I couldn't teach a Trail of Tears. That lesson on the Trail of Tears. I always had to get one of my kids to sit in my stool and read that chapter about the Trail of Tears, and then I would talk about it. But most of the time, when they were reading that chapter, I would be crying. I'd be sitting there crying because how could I believe? And the land that I have, the person who's going to get it will be like the fifth or sixth generation. Well, the Cherokees were first. I have rocks on my land that have what you would call hieroglyphics, but they're
Right.
not
It's
hieroglyphics.
back
There
when they
are,
just used pictures
yes, that's,
and
yes,
symbols. Yeah.
the symbols go here to get water, go here to do
Right.
this, and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, I have all that, and it's in the middle of the Chattahoochee National Forest, not bordered by, but in the middle of it. And I get letters every week, Selma. Every week. At least 3 letters a week offering me money for that land. They say, I'll give you $85,000 for it. It's 30 acres of land in the middle of the
What?
Chattahoochee
Yeah, I
National
bet
Forest.
they will.
Yeah, I know. They do this all the time. I get it all the time. They're always offering me money for that.
Yeah, we got
Are
some
you
land
kidding
uh
me?
up there
Are
in
you
North
kidding
Carolina
me?
in the up by the Blue Ridge Parkway,
Yeah.
and it's right
I'm
up
very
there.
I'm very familiar with that
Yeah, we
area.
got land up there,
Very.
and my husband owns it with his brother, and he keeps trying to get it from us, and I'm like, oh no, uh no, no, no,
Well,
and, and don't want
my
to pay for what it's
sister
worth.
my sister went to Cherokee and they went to the courthouse and looked up our heritage, and we would have qualified to be. Cherokee, except for one white woman in our family married one Cherokee woman married a settler. So
Oh,
that
oh, that
cut
threw
the
you
link.
out. That
That
disqualified.
cut the link. That cut the link.
Like, thanks, Whitey.
Thanks, dude.
You're right.
My grandmother, if I showed you a picture of her, I have high cheekbones. If you ever look
I
at
do
me,
too. Very
I
high
have high
cheekbones.
cheekbones. You can tell. And I do have kind of a wide nose at the bottom. I am
I do too.
Cherokee. But you tell me, I've never seen a Cherokee with curly hair before. I think somebody got mixed in with somebody.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I've got some African American in me, like from Africa or something, or
You
just
know,
somebody maybe from over here that mixed in. But I've got definite black hair, no doubt
I do
about it.
too.
Whenever
I do
underneath the
too.
underneath side, especially when I get hot, it just because I did hair for so long, so I know the texture. So I'm just saying
Well, you
underneath
ought to, you should, when you see my hair, I look like, I don't know where I came from. I swear, there's nobody in my family has hair like me. Nobody.
well, my
Nobody I can
hair,
think of.
even my hair, I
Nobody.
would listen. My hair
Who
was
was
just
I
long
mixed
enough
with?
that could sit on my hair. My mama's hair was straight as a
Did,
bone, and my daddy's hair was just maybe a little wavy. But now my hair is like ringlets, and my hair, I was sitting on my hair literally
I've
up
seen
until
your hair. It's
last month.
very
I cut it,
beautiful.
and
Beautiful.
thank you so much. Well, in the Bible, you know how it talks about a woman's hairs are glory and things like that, but there's more to it than that
Yeah, I
with me.
know, but
But it has more to me to do with whenever I got off of
that's why
opiates.
women don't cut their hair because of that verse.
But now for me, mine had to do with when the Lord redeemed me and got me off of them opiates I was on from that pain doctor.
Uh,
So
I've
I
been
had to
on
cut
that.
my hair off because it was so matted from where I was laying in the bed and breathing in pain with my head going back and forth. It was matted. So I went and had to have the basically almost cut in a shaved up bob in the back.
I'm
And from then
sorry.
on,
I'm
the,
sorry. I'm not meaning to laugh at you. It's just that we're so similar that it freaks me
it
out.
freaks you out.
Yes, it freaks me out.
But listen, the Lord told me don't cut my hair after
I
that,
had
and
to
I
come
haven't.
off opioids too. I didn't even know. I wasn't. I didn't think I was addicted to them. I thought I was dependent on them.
That's what I say. I think I was kind of dependent on them because once I got past of the where it wasn't
Oh
my body
no!
craving it, I
Oh
was
no!
okay.
Oh no! Oh no! I had my best friend come stay with me every night. My legs were shaking uncontrollably. My
Oh,
body
it's
was shaking
horrible.
uncontrollably. The only way I knew to deal with it, I said, Beverly, please go get me a 6 pack of beer. Please, God,
It's horrible. You feel like
please.
you're gonna die.
Yeah.
I went and
I
got on
even got,
Suboxone. I'm not.
I got on the side of my bed on my knees and prayed to God to take my life.
Yeah,
To
that's the same
please
thing I
take
did.
my life. Please take my life. My hands were on fire. My feet were on fire.
Yep,
I've written
I've been there.
I've written everything about it when I could write back then. I wrote
Oh, yeah, I
everything
got a
about
lot of
it.
notebooks too. I've got a bunch of those notebooks just stacked
Telling
high.
God, I'm standing at the foot of the cross. Please help me,
Yep.
God, please.
And
And
I have prayed to die, and I would get so upset with God when I'd wake up and see the sunlight. I would get
no, I
upset.
wasn't upset with God. I was
I
just asking
was.
Him to take me.
I
I
wanted him
wanted
to
Him
take
to
me, and I
take
was
me
upset he
away
didn't
from the
yet.
pain and the
Yep.
misery.
And that's what I wanted. It's not that I necessarily wanted to die. I was tired of living like I was living,
Yeah, you
is what
can't.
it was.
Not when your legs shake all night. You don't get a night's sleep,
But
and you
it's
just
like your whole body feels like it's vibrating from your bones. And it's the worst pain, and just your body getting chills and then sweating and then puking and your stomach's going crazy. It's horrible. But I did get on Suboxone, but they told me to take one strip 3 times a day, and literally the Lord said no. You take one strip and divide that 3 times. So I cut it into a third of what they told me, and I was off of the Suboxone in a month or so. So and once I was off of it, like where my body wasn't dependent on it, I was good to go. And I
I was
do
not
natural
good to
things
go.
for medicine now.
I should I should have been in a clinical setting. You don't take somebody off 100 milligrams of morphine sulfate, time release, 3 times a day. That's 300 milligrams. I never took 300 milligrams. I took one in the morning, and that did me all day.
Oh
But
gosh.
if I took all of what he gave me, I would have been out of my freaking mind. It would even been more
Well, I took everything and more.
dependent.
I was
See,
taking that he gave me Dilaudid 8 milligrams 6 times a day.
oh my
And on
gosh,
top of that, I was getting Opana, which is stronger than Dilaudid,
I
10
know what that
milligrams
is.
3 times a day. One's hydromorphone, the other is
Oh no,
yeah, and then the other is
no,
oxymorphone. Oxymorphone.
no.
It was terrible.
Excuse me. I
Your
can't
dog?
believe that. I'm
Yes.
telling you, I went berserk. I swear, if she hadn't got me some beer to drink, that's the only thing I had. He gave me clonopine. It was just supposed to lower your blood pressure,
That's
so
what
it
I'm
won't
on
make.
now. That's one of my blood pressure medicines.
Oh well, I don't have that. I have losartan and
Oh, I'm on
amlodipine.
that too. I've got 4.
Oh good gosh,
I'm on the
you got blood.
clonidine 0.2 milligrams three
I
times a
don't
day.
get that. I don't get that upset
You know what?
about anything. No, I just said I don't get that upset about anything
Well, I
normally.
think my lupus makes my blood pressure go up anyway, and now
It
with my
probably
heart
does.
problems. And then
It
when my
probably
son
does.
died, that's what made it go up. Like where it was right on the top number was almost 300. It was like 290 something on the top,
Well, you're not
and it was
supposed to be that
170 on the
high.
bottom.
You're not supposed to be like that.
No, that's stroke and heart attack level for sure. And they gave me a nitroglycerin in the ambulance.
Stroke.
Uh-huh.
Right. You should have had a stroke by then.
It's a miracle I didn't.
Seriously.
That's God. I mean, seriously.
I'm telling you, I know my medicine.
Oh, I've taken kratom before, Private Eye Pal. I took that. It is so nasty to take, though. You would have to put it in a capsule because I actually drank it. And oh,
What? Kratom?
kratom.
Yeah,
When
I've
I
heard
was
of
getting
kratom.
off of the opiates, because you're looking for, like something to help you. And
They didn't
so,
give you any methadone?
well, listen, my doctor gave me methadone with all my medicine. I was on a
What?
concoction like Anna Nicole Smith or something.
Are
Seriously.
you it's a wonder you hadn't died, Sailor.
I know. That's what I said. And God allowed me to go through all that, so I believe I could help others.
Well, I think God made me go through what I've done. And this is the only way I have to socialize or reach out to others or pray for others
Me
or
too.
do anything for others is
Me
on this
too. That's it.
stupid stupid YouTube.
But you
And
know what? My husband said, he said,
I was led here. I think
you
I was
were.
led
You
here.
were. And I was too. And my husband has said that. He has said, Sharon, there is no way. There's no way you could reach as many people as you do.
Sharon and Sherry.
Yes.
Sh 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 me
Sh-
me
and well, I go by
Oh,
Selah because
your
God
name,
actually,
the Rose of Sharon. What is your
yeah,
other
that's why
name?
it's Selah Rose of Sharon. Yeah.
I know, but what is the Rose of Sharon's
Well,
real
Rose of
name?
Sharon is in the Bible, That's in the Bible
No,
for
but I
Jesus.
want to know the
Yeshua.
real name of the plant.
The plant
Yeah,
in
the
the
plant
Bible.
that's named. No, I've got one in my yard. What is the Rose of
It
Sharon?
it I have a picture of it. It's called that. It's called Sharon in
I
Hebrew because
know,
Sharon
but
is a Hebrew name.
it is kin to the hibiscus plant.
Is it
Did
like
you know that?
calamus?
What?
Is it like calamus or something?
No,
It's something. Doesn't it something start with a C?
no,
No. Let me see. Let me see if I can find
no.
out. Because I looked it up
Go,
for. And it's a beautiful plant.
go ahead and look it up. I
I
know
am.
what it is. I can't think of it. But anyway, I have one in my yard, and mine is purple. And yes, it is akin to, oh my gosh. hibiscus plants. It is a
I love
beautiful thing.
hibiscus too. And I love, purple's my favorite
Well,
color. My room
then,
is purple.
okay, then look it up, Rose of Sharon.
Yeah, I have. It's after usually a good
Already did.
color. Some of them are a little
I gotta give you some glory. I
let me
can't
look.
tell.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
can't
it
tell
says
everybody
Rose of
everything.
Sharon. It's Rose of Sharon. Shrub. Rosemary and mallow. Hibiscus. So it's botanical name Hibiscus syriacus or Syriacus. Family Malvaceae. It's a type of a shrub, full of partial sun. Bloom time, summer and fall. Flower color pink, purple, lavender, red, blue, white, often with dark throats. In the native area be Asia. Well, we know Asia's just right there close to the
Us,
the Middle East.
right close to us now.
Right close. Oh, you're right about that.
Hmm. Yeah, they're getting
Yeah,
closer.
Rose is sharing. They've got a bunch of places here that they've been
That
militarizing that
it's
we don't
not
even
the
know anything
name.
about.
That's not the name. I'll be back.
Okay, I
I'll come
found
back
it, but
up.
it says hibiscus
You better give me. You
syriacus.
better give. What?
Oh, I'll
The
give you the
hibis,
link.
the hibiscus. There's
Well,
a
I'm
name
reading it.
for it.
It says Rose of Sharon, and then in the parentheses it says hibiscus Syriacus is a DECDUOUS hibiscus species that produces
Yes,
abundant showy blooms.
yes.
And then it talks about the five petal paper like
Okay.
flower.
Then all right, go back and look. Another name for Rose of Sharon,
Okay, I'll put another
and
name.
you're going to see the name for it. I wish I could remember it because I
Another.
have one in my yard. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I was
My
gonna. I
neighbor,
saw some Rose of
my
Sharons.
neighbor died last month, and he's a licensed horticulturist,
Uh huh.
and he gave me so many plants from his yard, and that was one of them. Was the Rose of Sharon, and it does have a different name, but
Well, I looked it up
it's
here too.
okay.
Let's see.
I'd appreciate that. Otherwise,
I'm
I
gonna put it
can't.
up here. I'm gonna put it up here. Oh, hold on. You still there?
Of course.
Okay. Now I'm gonna pull it up so we can share the screen and look right here and see what you see. Because because I did put what is another name for Rose of Sharon, and then it came up with this. Let's see.
Hey,
I'll share
show
it right
me.
here. There we go. Now there it is. Hibiscus.
Wait a
Now,
minute. Althea. That's it. Althea. See, commonly called Rose of Sharon or shrub Althea,
yeah,
is a
Althea was
vigorous
the other thing. Yeah.
Althea. That's the name of it.
Okay.
Commonly called Rose of Sharon or shrub Althea.
Okay.
Okay. Now we have that rectified.
Shrub
So much
Althea.
thank.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, Althea. That's what he told me it was called. Althea. Yeah, they're big.
Isn't that
Mine's about.
beautiful? Is yours lavender like that?
Yes, it is. It
Oh
is.
gosh, that's
It's
gorgeous.
huge. It's huge. It's over. Look, I've lived here 21 years. It's big, way bigger than I am. Let me
Oh
tell you.
wow.
Might be 8 or 9 feet tall.
Oh wow.
But yes,
It
it's
says
Althea. It's
Rose of Sharon
Althea.
isn't a rose at all, but it's a large flat blossom and nectar attract hummingbirds and tiny insects. Ah, Chinese use this flower for food. Huh.
Commonly called Rose of Sharon or shrub, Althea is a vigorous, upright, vase-shaped, multi-stemmed, deciduous shrub that typically grows to 8 to 12 feet high.
So yours is maximum.
So there you go.
Wow.
See, Althea.
Well, when I come see you, I'll get to see it in person. What?
I'm gonna
I'll say,
start
look,
calling
that's gonna be our joke. Whenever I leave, I'll go, I'll see you later.
I'll see you later.
I'll see you later.
I'll see you later. That is so cute. I love that. I have a joke with everybody. I got a friend named Kay, and I say, okay.
My mama's name was Kay.
And she'll say, okay. And she'll say, are you okay? And I'll say, I'm okay. And then we'll start the conversation.
Are you okay?
Then
Yes, I'm Kay.
Yeah, then I've got a friend that she says in Italian when you answer the phone is pronto. Pronto, like I am here, really quickly, I am here. And she'll say pronto, I'll say pronto, and I
Pronto.
just do all this kind of stuff.
I do
I,
too. Look, whenever you're in your house about 95, 99% of the time, you got to come up with ways to amuse yourself. Because I can tell you, I get tired of talking
honey,
to
I'm the
myself.
best entertainer I have.
That's what I say. And my kid,
Until
my daughter, my
until
husband will say,
tomorrow.
"You crack yourself up, don't you?" And I'm like, "I do. I'm hilarious."
I know. My dad said your grandfather laughs at his jokes the loudest. Have you ever noticed that? He
I
thought
do
funny.
mine. I laugh at
Talking
my own
about his
self.
dad.
I'm like, look, if you can't find laughter and humor in things, I mean,
Look,
what good
you
is
might as
life?
well just lie down
Curl
and
up and
just
go.
walk off somewhere and we'll find you.
That's what I'm saying. Just kick rocks if you can't laugh at some things. Because, I mean, look, like a naked person, like you can't tell me like the naked body is not funny. That you have to have God.
Don't look Ethel! Don't look Ethel!
It's kind of, we know God's got a
They
sense of
call
humor.
him the streak.
I remember that song. He likes to show off his physique. Woo! Oh gosh, I remember Steve, what was his name? He put out the Goofy Gold stuff. Oh gosh, what
He
was his
didn't
name?
go right into the produce aisle. He went
Yes.
right to the produce aisle. Don't look,
Yes.
Ethel, don't look. They call him the streak.
Woo, he likes to show
He
off
loves
his
his
physique.
physique.
Oh, I remember. Oh, Ray Stevens, that was his name.
Hey, that was the big thing back then. For people to run naked across the ball fields and everywhere else.
Oh, I remember that. Somebody did that across our ball field, and they just put their hand over their jocks and
They
it just took
call
off
him
running.
the streak.
Now, my boys, when they were little, we had a creek in our backyard, and they used to love to go out there streaking in that creek. And the neighbor would come over and go laughing. She'd go, "I just had to tell you, your boys are naked in the creek." And I'm like, "Well, they're 5. That's what boys do." As long as the crawdad don't get on them, they're all right. But oh my gosh, those 2 boys were a year and 9 days apart, and
Well, I'll
what one
tell
didn't
you
think
what.
of, the other one did.
Dogs.
Oh, a lot
That
of them
was
have
kind of,
Rosa Sharons too.
those were funny, Althea.
They were.
I'll see
I'll
you
see you
later.
later. That's gonna be my new whenever I sign
on.
off. It's gonna be my
That is.
I'll see y'all later. I'll see you
I'll
later.
see you later. That's all you gotta say is I'll
Right.
see you later.
That's gonna be my new
Wouldn't you know I have a Rosa Sharon growing in my backyard?
isn't that crazy? That is so crazy. Do you know
And
my
it's
mom actually named me after Sharon Tate? After she died.
no.
After it'd been different if it'd been before.
After
But
your mother died. After your mother
no,
died.
after Sharon
Or
Tate died, I
Sharon
was
Tate
born
died.
a year almost to the date that her child would have been born, and
Aren't you
she
glad you weren't a
named.
boy? Aren't you glad
Well,
you
I
would have been?
guess.
Aren't you glad you weren't a boy? She named you Charles.
I know. Oh my gosh. But how weird is this? Okay. Now, Sharon was in love with Jay Sebring, which was the hairdresser, So, and my husband's name is Jay. And I was a
Shoot.
model and in pageants my whole life. That is so weird.
Stop.
It's weird.
You telling? You telling too much?
You're going to have to take some more of your antibiotics now. You having that cough again?
It's good cough.
Oh, that's a good productive one. Gurgling. Goigle. That was a little bubbly. A little bubbly for my tubbly.
Hey, I've been to your town before.
Uh-huh.
You've never been to mine.
Well, I will. When I get my sensors working, there'll be no stopping me.
Really?
Yeah, when I get my sensors working on my car.
Oh, shoot. We have the best time in the world.
Yeah, because I like a little bubbly.
I like to be bubbly too.
Yes.
That's my life. I'm gonna be bubbly the rest of my life. I don't care what my doctors say.
That's right. That's exactly right. We got a physician that's greater than that physician.
You think you're gonna? You try to make me think I'm gonna die.
Yeah, I'm like, if they tell me that, I'll say, okay.
The joke's on them.
That's right. The joke is on them.
It's called the Doctor merry-go-round. I already told him I didn't play that game. Don't you be sending me here to do this and do that. Send me somewhere else and send me to a pulmonary specialist. And
Look, that's what I'm saying. I'm sick of
doctors. I told him, I said, I don't play Doctor merry-go-round. I said, you better listen to your patient. I said, I'm old enough to be your mama. Treat me
exactly.
Like your mother.
That emergency room doctor looked like he could have been on that Saved by the Bell show when I was in the hospital the other day. I was like, that Emilio guy looked just like him. Mario, whatever his name is. Yes. I was like, when my husband came in there, I was like, oh my God, I know I'm getting old. These kids look like high school kids. These doctors.
You're killing me. Stop.
I'm like, that kid's younger than Doogie Howser. What the heck? I'm like, I'm trusting these people with my life.
Who's Saved by the Bell?
That was that show. Those teenagers. Like in the 1990s, I think my kids watched that show.
I know. Oh. Tweedledee, and Tweedledum.
Well, I have blonde hair.
Tweedledee and Tweedledum that lived here, and they love to collect Hot Wheels cars, and they watch the Disney Channel all the time.
Oh, no, they like Saved by the Bell.
One's in their 50s and one's in their 30s, and they lie to bed and eat like.
Oh my goodness! Now listen, I don't watch Saved by the Bell no more. My kids just watch it, so I had to deal with it by proxy.
Watch all the Disney programs, Like,
I'm not gonna lie, I can't stand Disney. I really cannot.
Like, what is wrong with two women that live in my house that are mentally ill and they collect Hot Wheels and watch Disney programs?
Oh my God! At their age,
and don't even know I'm alive. So. That's Tweedledum and Tweedledee.
Well, you're right. Or Beavis and Butthead.
I didn't think about that, but that's correct too.
Which one was Beavis and which was Butthead?
That'd be a hard decision to make right there.
Oh my gosh.
Between the two. I'm
Uh,
so glad I got rid of them. I have people that come in my house now and say, Sherry, you don't even look anything like you used to. You look so lively and so healthy. And
well, probably because all the training now that Beavis and Butthead's moved out.
that's what everybody said.
So now you got your whole life back. You got your freedom and your uh like your sense of security is back.
No, I don't have to fight
Well,
with
deal with
somebody.
idiots either.
What? I don't
I
have to
said,
deal with some cuckoo every day.
right, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to deal with idiots all day, every day.
No, you ought to meet Erica. She's wonderful. Ask Miss Daisy, ask Jinkies, ask Jill Billy, ask Miss Chewy, ask Scout Smooth, ask anybody that's ever met Erica.
Oh,
She's the
that's
most
good.
wonderful. She's the most wonderful caregiver I've
Well,
ever
I'm
had in my
glad you've
life.
got a good caregiver.
She
That's
is
so
great.
important.
Oh, we're coming up there on June the 15th, by the way.
I know, and I'm going to try to make it too. I pray it's not too hot. I do not do good in the heat. I'm going to have to bring my portable air conditioner and a generator.
Oh, don't worry. I give generators out just left and right.
Well, I'll have my
Haven't you
portable air
heard?
conditioner. Oh,
Haven't
no,
you
I didn't know
heard?
about that. I didn't
You
know about
didn't know
that.
about that?
No.
Oh, ask Jill Billy. I give generators out left and right.
Well, generous people give generators, I guess.
I guess so.
Now, did that come from people that sold anything?
Sayla, you're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me. You got the same sense of humor I have. We are sarcastic in a way, and we're
Well, we're
very
good-hearted and we love
we're
people,
good-hearted people, but we're
but
word
funny,
wise. We're
right?
word wise, and we
Yeah,
play on words. We play on words. We do puns. We do all that kind of play on words,
that's right.
like you said. And I'll say it bluntly.
Right. Bluntly. Um, we'll just leave that right there.
I can barely stand it.
Oh, Zigzag, you're going to sleep. By the way, I love Zigzag. That's one of my favorite brands. Good night, sweet ladies and prayers. You too. We love you.
Zigzag. No,
Zigzag.
what 1.5s when my hand gets still.
1.5s.
Yeah, when my
I
hand
like the
gets still.
1.75 a little bit bigger. I like roll hog legs.
Well, listen, we need to get together.
Yes, we do. My husband, he was laughing. I said, because we were talking about, North Myrtle Beach, and my husband was like, "Well, listen, I'm gonna call up there ahead of time and warn them y'all coming."
He said, "What?"
He said, "I told him about all." He heard us that night. We were all talking about going to Myrtle Beach, in
Yeah,
North Myrtle Beach, and he goes, "Well, I'm just gonna call them and give them a little warning that y'all are headed that way." I said, "Well, good. You'll need to."
a bunch of crabby old ladies.
We'd have so much fun.
Oh my God, would we? Jinkies was trying to decide whether she was going to do a
Yeah,
live
Charlie B, I
tomorrow
put that down there.
night.
Actually, on mine.
A live tomorrow night in my house. I
Oh,
mean,
y'all are?
we might. She
I
said,
hope so. Oh, I hope y'all
She
do.
said, I think we should do a live at your house.
Yeah, I think you should.
You do?
Yeah. But even
Well,
if it's just for members only, just like she could do it members only. I'm a member, so I can come.
I'm not even a member. I don't know how to be a member.
Well, that's okay. You don't have to be a member because you're going to be up there in the chat. But if it's members only, we won't have no trolls coming in.
It's my damn house.
That's right. You can do what you want to do. Now put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Yeah, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Sisters and brothers,
Right.
you'll all love if you do that, you'll all love one another right now.
Right now.
Right now.
Oh, you know that prayer I prayed to Jesus where I said, Lord, take away, my hunger or my desire for these opiates and replace it with that same desire to chase you instead. Now be careful what you pray for, because he will answer your prayers. And that's what he did for me. And he
Might not
told me to
be,
write.
might not be when you exactly want it, but he will.
And my own dealer that I would buy extra pills from whenever I'd run out of mine, he actually told me, he said, I cannot sell anything else to you because I feel like God is punching me in the heart. Now listen, when your dealer
Oh,
tells you that,
whoa,
that's
whoa,
God.
whoa.
Yeah, that's God.
Okay, let me tell you something that happened to me. I had a friend that I met in college in 1974, and she was kind of frumpy, if you know what that means, and downtrodden, and she became my best friend for 45 years. Uh, Even my dad said, Cherry, why? Hang on, I got something in my teeth. Only got one hand, right?
Right.
Okay,
And it's left.
yes, you're
The
correct.
only the only left hand you got left is left.
Yeah, let's go left, never to the right, step to the
That's
left,
right, right, right.
step to the right.
We'll have us
But
line dance for long.
anyway, my 45-year-old friend lived with me because she divorced her husband. She was in the middle of divorce. I went with her to the divorce lawyer, gave her the money to get the divorce, lived with me for free, put her on some credit cards of mine so that I could build her credit back, so I could get her back on her feet. That was the whole deal. You're coming in here. I'm going to help you get back on your feet. Okay, I love you. And I've known her for 45 years. She got hooked on opioids.
Oh,
She was stealing them. She stole. Look, back then, I've never been on any opioids unless I've
right.
had
See, I was late in
surgery.
life where I knew it
And
either.
I always have some left because I only take about 5 out of
And
whatever
then
is out
leave
of
the
me.
rest
Like
of it
that.
just for other things in
Yeah,
case. Yeah.
yeah. Well, she got in my pocketbook because I always carry a couple in case something really.
Oh, you went down again, Sherry. And yeah, I've got a video of Sarah Wondra with her Ring camera showing where I think she looks pregnant. But
Serious.
you
Did you
there?
hear what I
You're
just
back.
said about my
No,
friend?
because you was down again.
I lost my friend for 45 years.
Oh no.
I had a friend for 45 years, and she got hooked on opioids, and I lost that friend
Did she die from that?
forever.
From them? Did she overdose or was it just that they took her
I
away?
had to kick that friend out of my house.
Yeah, well, you didn't have a choice.
Her daughter was getting her registered nursing degree, and I couldn't take any more of the thefts or the stealing or anything to plot anything. And when I found out I was being poisoned, that was the end of it.
Oh my goodness.
The officers didn't do anything
That would
about it.
definitely have to be the end of it.
They didn't do anything about it.
That's scary. Yeah, I think it's sketchy they hired drifters too. You talking about the Wanderers? Why would they have those people in there with that? Well, if they went and took a child, like if that was them and they had something to do with it, and she's saying that she did, like having those extra two men in there for whatever reason, and one of them has a background, I think, if I'm not mistaken, with some bad things.
I'm still here.
You still there?
Yes, I'm trying to work out my AirPods.
Uh oh. Well, you're not talking like Donald Duck yet.
I'm not Donald
Nope,
yet.
you're not Donald yet.
Okay, let me know if I am.
Okay. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm eating me a little bite of cottage cheese.
I can disappear like Houdini.
You do. 1 minute you're there, the next minute you'll be gone. They said Prince was like that. I heard a lot of people say that you'd be at his house or something, he'd be like not in the room 1 minute, the next minute he'd just appear. They said like he would like appear and disappear in a very strange way. But I loved Prince back in the day, I will say. I did. Yes, that one does for sure. Oh, you just looked at it? I think she looks pregnant myself. I mean, I know what bloating looks like. I've been bloated, but dang. If I'm ever bloated like that, I'm going to be asking somebody to look for a head somewhere. And I've had a hysterectomy, so it would have to be a miracle from God. But if my stomach looked like that, I'd be like, God, you done another one.
I'm
Like
sorry,
Sarah up in her
Sarah.
old age having
I'm
that baby.
laughing my butt off because how ignorant I am about electronics. I get a kick out of it.
I feel like I've almost passed my time of living or something. Like I
get a
can't keep
kick
up with
out
all
of
these
this because
electronics.
I can't figure out what to do.
That's
So it
me.
gives me something to work on.
Well, I have to get my daughter in here.
I'm going to figure it out one way or another. So help me. That's
Sayla,
just my
that's
way.
how I feel about Summer. You know, not knowing where she is torture. She's always on my mind. That's the way I feel, Charlie. It's the not. It's the not knowing.
I won't be defeated.
No, we're not defeated.
No, I won't be defeated by electronics either.
No.
And I'm not taking the mark of the beast.
Oh gosh,
those,
me neither.
AI things.
Those little that Neuralink.
A chip in my arm. Nobody's putting a chip on my body.
Nobody's putting a chip anywhere on my body or on my person.
Or in my mind.
No.
No, y'all are crazy.
I said already, I rebuke that. They can come take me.
May I share a story with you?
Sure.
My mother told me when I was a child, a young child, like 10 maybe, she said, Sherry, I hope Jesus comes back to earth before you die. I said, why? And she said, because I don't want you to see the turmoil and the tumultuous world that will come. I would rather you die before you have to see this. And that was like, she died at 59. I was 39.
So you lost your mama young like me.
And I felt like she was giving me a premonition.
That was a prophetic. That was a prophetic utterance.
She was giving me one.
Yeah.
She was. That is. If that's not a mother's love, I don't know what is a mother's love.
It is, and that was like a spirit of prophecy. She was telling me
to die before it got so bad that I could not
take it no more. Right. Tolerate it. Right.
That is a mother's love. That
Sure is
a pure and unadulterated love between a mother and a baby.
And do you know that is what I think about with all of my children? The number one thing I think about is their soul.
Yeah, she was
their spirit.
She was worried. She was
to me, that as long as you're as long as you're their destination, heavenly destination, you can about live with anything.
I've known my destination for a long time.
That's right.
We don't have any doubt about our destination.
Not at all.
We're here. You know what? We're here to worry about everybody else's destination.
Right, exactly. We're here to be the lighthouse for the people that are in the dark and they're lost.
We're here to be everybody else's
direction.
That's right. And
I
the
didn't
Bible.
say we were the Bible. I didn't say we were God.
Oh
I
no,
didn't say we
no.
were
But the Lord
preachers.
does use us.
I'm just saying that people uses people in different
That's
ways
right. And
to
God
get
gives
his
us each a
to
gift.
get his point across.
Right. Because we are the body. So
Yeah,
we
we're
all have
nothing.
different gifts.
We're nothing. We're nothing. Go look at a dead body in a casket.
No,
What
I
is
mean we're
it?
the body of Christ on
Nothing
earth.
but a
We're supposed
vessel.
to like do
We're
his
only a vessel. We're a
right.
vessel who carries God's spirit within
Right,
us.
exactly.
We hope.
And
We
and he
hope we do.
well, we're
We hope we
supposed
do.
to. That's what we strive to do. Oh, most of us, not all of us. We don't all strive for that, but we hope that all would strive for that. But the thing is that God uses broken people to help reach other broken people, and He works on us, and it's a process. You know, it's we call it sanctification. I guess that's what you want to call it. We're
Yeah,
never going to be perfect. You know,
sanctification.
we're never perfect, but God's always working on us. We'll never be ready all the way. We'll never know everything on this side
No,
of heaven. We'll
but
always learn.
we will be sanctified
Yep, we will.
through Jesus Christ.
That's
We
right.
will be sanctified
Amen.
if people pay attention. And you can't get everybody to pay attention. I don't care what you do. Some people will not pay attention to you no matter what you say. Those people, you have to just let them go. You have to let them go and let them face their own consequences. You can't accept everybody's consequences. As an empath, as Selah is, and I am, you cannot accept everybody's consequences.
Nope,
I know that for sure
because it'll
because
wear
I
you
wanted,
down.
I wanted to, I wanted to take my sister's whipping with a belt from my daddy, and he said no. And he didn't say you didn't do the crime or the time or anything like that. He just said no, you will not. She has to face her own consequences,
Right.
and
Because
so
you can't stand up with anybody
I
before the Lord.
wanted to
Everybody's
though.
got to stand there
I
before the Lord
wanted
on their own.
I wanted to though.
Of course you wanted to,
I
because
wanted to
that's the
take
kind of person you
that
are.
kind of pain. I wanted to take that
Right.
pain away from her. And
See, that's like me with my son who found his brother. I wish I could take that from him on my own self so bad. Like, I pray for that. Like, I would do anything to take that off of him. And it,
yeah,
like, and
it's
he's,
not his fault.
oh no, it's
First of
not.
all, you need to make sure that he knows it's not
Oh,
his
that's the
fault.
first thing I told him when he
You
was
know
in
what?
here.
Okay, I'll tell you what another thing he's suffering from. He's suffering from survivor guilt.
Oh yeah,
Big time.
yep, he is. And I pray for him and pray for him because he is really going through it. Because, like I said, they were a year and 9 days apart, and he's the big brother. And Zach was the little brother. So, like, I just, man, I have pictures of him the day that we buried Zach, and I can see the pain in his face. And every time I look at that picture, I just bawl crying more than I do for Zach, because Zach, I know where he's at, and he's in a safe, lovely place. But for my other son, Jamie, it's just ripping my heart out because of him having to find that, and then having to, bless his heart, drive over here because he couldn't call me. He said he couldn't dare tell me something like that over the phone. And he, bless his heart, just fell in the room on my bed and got it out. And it was horrible. And I just wish I could take him and hold him like a baby and rock him. All 6'4" of them, 6'3" of them. But he's such a
Does not
sweet.
matter.
Oh, there you are. But he's
Size
such a
does not matter.
sweethearted boy or man. And he's one of these that stay by themselves. He's a loner, and I worry about
Size
that.
does not matter, Sailor.
I know. Oh no, I know. I rocked him as good as I
You
could.
know what?
And my daughter,
You
I did
can
hold
hold
her.
that baby the rest of your life. I don't care if he's 7'6".
Yep.
You can hold that baby the rest of your life, and I will assure you
he will love it.
Oh, I know. And I was
And
holding him.
he's always going to feel survivor guilt
And I
because
hate
he's
that.
always going to be asking himself this question: Why was it? Why wasn't it me
He's
instead
already
of
said
him?
that. Yeah, he's already
Why
said that.
wasn't it me?
Yeah,
Why didn't something not happen to me instead of him?
yeah.
And that's what he's going to be asking himself for the rest of his life.
But I've already told him, I said, listen, God's got a
And I'm
purpose for
just telling you
everything.
what I know.
Yo, it's true. What you're saying is true. And I've told him, and I said, listen, God has a purpose, and evidently Zach's time on this earth, his assignment is done. But you've got to continue on where he would want you to pick up where he left off. Now God's still got work for you to do. So you got to do it. And I said, listen, you could not help this. You know how many times Zach has cheated death? It's crazy. It's insane, if I could say it. And the truth of the matter is, it's just like that reckless love of God, and that was the promise that God gave me when he almost died in the river. And the truth of the matter is, he should have probably, but God had a different plan. And I do believe that God is using Zach's testimony, no doubt about that, because it's all over the place. And a lot of kids and young people are going to put down some of their habits, I believe, and they're going to turn to the Lord because Zach had a reckless abandon toward Jesus, toward the Lord. I mean, it wouldn't matter what he got himself into. He knew Jesus was the first place to run to, always. And he had just rededicated his life 3 weeks before that and got rebaptized. He got baptized when he was 14, but I guess he had strayed a little bit and he just wanted to make sure he was right with the good Lord. And I think it was more for me, honestly, than even for him. It was him for him too. But that was just God letting me know
No,
where
no,
his
no,
heart
no.
was.
I think it was for him. I
It was
think
for
it was
him and
for
me both.
him. I think it was for him because he knew he'd been doing some stuff he shouldn't be doing,
Yeah.
according to your home laws, your home. Everybody has home laws or home
Yeah.
whatever,
Well, mine are
and
just what the Bible pretty much says.
I
Other than
think
that,
I think he felt guilty, and I think maybe he overdid it, or somebody put something in there that we don't know.
well, he was
So
clean, actually. He had been clean. So here's the thing, I'm waiting on the toxicology to come back because,
yeah, I want to hear that. I'm
yeah,
very
because if
interested
something
in
is
that.
in there, and I do have his phone, so I know
If
he
there's
was
if
thinking,
there's fentanyl in there,
yeah, I have a
you
feeling
know,
that's exactly what happened.
people have been putting fentanyl in pot. Did you
Yeah,
know
I
that?
heard that. Yes.
And I
That,
can't believe that.
and I'm just like, that's got to come from the government almost, because if you think about it, no drug dealer wants their pot clients to die off.
No, I think they'll legalize it nationwide,
They
so it
should.
won't be such a big damn deal.
Right.
Tax it just like you do cigarettes and liquor.
Or anything else.
Tax
Yeah,
it,
luxury
tax
tax.
it, so you get the money off of it,
Because that's all they're
and
worried about is money.
everybody be a lot more peaceful. I promise you.
Oh, everybody will be getting along better. But see, they don't want that. They
Yeah,
want division.
that's why the '60s and the '70s were so great. It was all about love and
Yes,
peace
it
and
is private eye.
fun.
It's everywhere.
I mean, that's all it was about. Everybody get together. I mean, Woodstock. I want to have Woodstock too at Daisy's, but I don't know if she'll agree to it.
Now that'd probably be the perfect place to have it.
That would be fun. Everybody bring your husbands, your kids, everybody to Woodstock. We'll get Ricky Beavers. We'll get
Bring your round glasses.
oh, I've got mine, honey.
Your John Lennon glasses.
I've got my Janis Joplin glasses. I sure do.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I had those original albums from my mom from when they were in the '60s. All those albums, now they're gone. I don't know what happened to them.
Well,
I wish I still had
these
them though.
I have a lot of albums, a lot of cassettes. I mean, I've got Thriller
Oh, I remember when that came out.
and all kinds of crap. I mean, I've saved it all. I've
Happy
still
anniversary,
got.
honey.
You should come in my office sometime, Sayla. I have a rotary phone. I call it the museum. I go
Oh
sit
yeah.
down there. I go sit down there. I put everything that's very significant in that room, which it is my office because I have a
Mm.
big oak desk, which I got from school, and a
Aw.
rocker. Why'd they give me a rocker? I don't ever sit in that rocker. It's even got a plaque on it. I don't ever sit in that rocker.
Well, I
Rocking
bet
chairs. Rocking
we
chairs are not for me.
I love
Rock and
rocking chair.
roll. No,
I like
no
a rocking
rocking
chair.
no rocking chairs. Rock and roll.
Rock and roll. I tell my husband all the time because he'll turn the music down. I have to have music just about with everything I do. And he goes, Sharon, he goes, seriously, you need to turn that down some. And I'm like, if it's too loud, you're too old. I tell him that all the
Really?
time. Yeah.
Lord, you don't want to be at my house. I got I got a new Bluetooth thing, and man, I'll run it wide open.
Oh yeah.
I'm playing Hotel California wide open, everything, whatever I want to. I'm here by myself. Who the heck cares at night? She'll be here early in the morning. But so if anybody wants to attack me, night's the best time. Just try it now.
She won't care. She'll be full of bubbly.
Oh, I won't care, but you
No,
will.
that's right. That's what I say. Look, I leave the haters to
I
the
won't
Lord
care,
because
but
He
you'll
can take
care,
care of them.
sweetheart.
He
What?
can take care of them.
Who, me?
No, I said the Lord. I said we can leave all those haters that want to send hate to us. We'll just
Oh,
leave them with the
heck.
Lord and let Him deal with them. We're not gonna worry
I'm
about it.
not even mentioning any of those people anymore.
No,
I have had it. The only thing I know to do is turn the other cheek. And I don't mean that meant somebody slapped Jesus on the cheek and he
no,
turned the
that means
other
to
way.
brace
It
yourself. Actually,
means to avoid. Turn the other way. Look
right?
away. Avoid. Jesus was
Yep,
telling you when you turn the other cheek,
right. He didn't
there's
mean to
one
let
cheek
somebody
on one
slap you
side.
again.
You got
Right,
one cheek on one side, right? So you
right,
turn the other cheek, your head has to turn sideways so you
right.
don't see what is going on and you avoid it. That's
Hmm.
what turning the other cheek means to me.
Right. And other people think it means we're supposed to just be doormats and like let people just do whatever they want. But that is not true.
No,
That
walk
is not
away.
true.
If you have a chance to walk away from any situation,
Well,
that is my
always do it
best.
if you can. It's the best
That
decision
is
if
my
you can.
best.
Right.
That is my best advice. If you
Right.
have a chance
If you
to
can.
walk away from a situation, all you have to do is turn around and walk
That's right.
away.
And it's true. Because where your eyes are headed is where your body's going to go.
I've always said that's why God put eyes in the front of our heads so
Right.
we can look forward and not
And
back.
not backwards. And there's a
Right.
saying the rear view mirror is smaller than the windshield for a reason. Mhm. We
Yeah.
don't want to see all that mess, but we want to be reminded so we don't go back there, but not enough to where it affects where we're going.
Look, it's okay to go back every
Yeah,
now and then and think
yeah,
about things. But look what I learned how to do. You compartmentalize things. Think of a bunch of little cubby holes, okay? Like kids have at school to put their little things in. Think about cubby holes. You got all these things in your cubby holes. It's okay.
right. It's like that's what I call them files in my head. I've got files that I file away. Sometimes I'll pull the file cabinet back out, and sometimes I'll file it away. Oh, that is special if you got your mom's albums. Man, that's real special. And those were my mom's and my dad's, and I really wish we hadn't have lost them when we moved. We lost Miss Sherry again. It sounds like she's
Don't
going.
dwell.
Oh, there you are. You sound like you keep going underwater.
Hey,
Hey, can you hear us?
don't dwell on anything. it's okay to take things from the past and look at them
Oh
and
yeah,
examine
sometimes we
them
have to.
again, but don't dwell on them.
Right, just
Just
don't
put them
dwell there.
away and start focusing on what you're going to do, not
That's
what
right.
you have done.
And learn from it because it's all lessons
This
anyway.
is coming from a wise woman.
That's right. And I gotta tell you right now, whoo, I've certainly earned some years of wisdom and gray hairs I've got. I can tell you right now. When we get together, the stories we'll talk about, no telling. Seriously, I have a feeling that our life are very similar in a lot of ways. Other than I was not raised in a godly home, and God had to just grab me by the hair of my head and jerk me back from the brinks of hell. And I was always, I feel like I was always a child of God because I did have a sensitive spirit always. But my husband was basically an atheist when we got married, and he ended up finding
What
the
did you say,
Lord.
darling?
I said my husband was basically an atheist when we got married, and
He
I
was
didn't
an
really know the
atheist?
Lord. Yeah, he was. I mean, it's not that he didn't believe
Okay.
in God, but he said,
Well,
if there is one, I don't know. I don't really know about. I don't know anything of it. But
you've done
listen,
a lot of work then.
yes.
You've done a lot of God's work.
So when we got saved, neither one of us were. His daddy married us on the back porch of one of our friends' house at the lake.
Let me get my AirPods fixed, and then
Oh,
I'll.
she got her AirPods messed up. Now, and if she
Yeah,
does,
I
she'll be
have
sounding like Daffy
problems
Duck on us.
with these electronic devices.
Oh, Private Eye's going to go grab some tea, she said. Are they dying on you? Well, my husband
Okay, I
came.
got it.
You got it.
I got
You
it.
got it. And now I'm fixing to have to go because my husband came and got into bed. And he's like looking at me like I'm crazy.
He's
So I might have to. I'll see y'all later.
get off here.
He's like,
What is the matter with you?
he's like, it's their anniversary. I'll see you later.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Be
It's the,
prepared.
remember Jinky's her story was it last night or the night before?
I don't remember.
She's somebody she dated a guy that had a hearse.
A Hearst.
A hearse. It said if the hearse is rocking, don't come and knock it or something like that.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. That's horrible. Somebody needs to knock me in the head for that one.
Well, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. Did you say hearse like thirst?
Shh.
Oh, I didn't hear anything. I mean, I didn't hear anything at all.
Okay, good. I'm glad
Yeah,
that
I didn't
nobody
hear
heard
anything.
it. I'm glad that nobody heard of anything.
Nobody heard anything.
Good.
Private out, private out, but private. I can't even talk, y'all.
I
Private
know.
eye, pal. We
Okay,
love you, and we
I'll
thank you
see you.
so much
I'll
for.
see you, Selah.
And we will see you. I'm going to see you. I'm telling you, when I get my sensors fixed, my sensors, I'm gonna be coming to Georgia.
Well, you know what? What are you supposed to say when you say goodbye to me?
I'll see you later, and I
No,
love you.
that wasn't it. But you'll
I'll
remember
see.
one day.
I'll see you. I'll see you.
Bye bye, baby.
I
I
love
love
you.
you.
I love you. Thank you for
I
hanging
love
out with
you.
us tonight. We
Thank
we
you.
we gave
It
out
was
some
my.
good wisdom.
Thank you. I love being with you guys,
Oh, we
and I
love you,
love being with you and your husband. Give me
and
a kiss for me, okay?
I will. I will. I said
Only
this
on the
time is
only
sharing.
on the only on the cheek,
Only
okay?
on the cheek this time.
Okay, thank you.
I love
All
you.
right,
And I love
I
all of
love you
y'all.
too.
Thank you so much for
Good
coming in and
night.
hanging out with us. We love y'all. Hang out with us again another night. Y'all have a good night. And I'll see you later, and we'll see you later. Bye bye. Love you too, Private Eye Pal. You've been such a good trooper to hang in there with.